What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm MTGBudgetBrew, and welcome to today's stream. Today we're going to be doing a little bit of budget brewing. It's the first budget brew that I will make for Marvel superheroes, so it's very exciting. And then if I have time after, which I think I will, depending on how quickly, our budget brew goes, we're going to do a little bit of drafting because my goal last month was to get the Mythic Champion achievement, which I failed to do. The Mythic Champion achievement requires you to simultaneously reach Mythic rank in Constructed and Limited. Unfortunately, I did not get there in time. If we go to my profile, it's not going to show it anymore. I had hit Mythic. As you can see, I got reset to Platinum Tier 4, so I did reach Mythic in Constructed, but the furthest I got in Limited was Diamond 2. And you can see here, I got reset down to Gold Tier 2. Because unfortunately, the season did reset yesterday at noon, which means that I have to grind through ranked again later, which is definitely a big bummer. I don't enjoy playing ranked, and I was really hoping that I would never have to again after, this past month. But it is what it is. We're going to carry on. Anyway, so yeah, I played a ton of draft. I mean, a stupid amount of draft. I played like 400 matches of draft. Even though the set's only been out for like a week, I've played like 400 games with the new Marvel set. And so I've seen like every card in the set, except maybe for a few of the mythics. And one card that I was really excited about when I saw it is the card Kid Loki. This is the card that I want to build around today. Kid Loki is 1 blue for a 1/1 legendary creature, god, hero, villain. It says each creature you control that you've put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this turn has hexproof, and whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. This card really excited me. I have tried building around with cards that have similar effects in blue, but they always suck. They're too weak, they're too slow. Like there's an Aven card that's 3 mana. Let me see. Okay, apparently a lot of cards have the word Aven in them. Never mind. We're not going to look up that card. But there's another card that has a very similar effect. It's a 3-drop flying creature. It's like a 3 mana 2/2 that says whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's really bad. It's terribly slow. You're playing an understated minion on turn 3. Oh, one sec. God, started streaming 3 minutes ago and now my dog decides to bark. Anyway, yeah, I've tried running a similar effect card like that on turn 3. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. That's still going to need like 2 or 3 turns to become like a real threat. It's just way too slow. It's really bad. It's like really, really bad. So I'm really excited to see how Kid Loki does, considering that it's a 1-drop, and yeah, considering it has a 1-drop and has built-in protection. This gives it a lot more turns to begin to grow. And again, if your opponent tries to kill it and you have an instant speed way to draw a second card for the turn, you can give this hexproof. Excuse me. You can give this hexproof and then fizzle your opponent's kill spell. So that'll be really good. And the fact that Kid Loki is an uncommon is massive. The fact that this is not our rare for the deck means that we can run something like Prof's Eidetic Memory. Because Loki's an uncommon, we can run a secondary effect that works very similarly like Prof's Eidetic Memory. It's 1 in a blue for a legendary enchantment that says, when Prof's Eidetic Memory enters the battlefield, draw a card. You have no maximum hand size. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn -1. So anything above the first card that you draw for turn, you get to put that many counters on your creature at the beginning of combat. So this could help us to grow Loki twice as fast, play Loki on turn 1, you play Prophetic Memory on turn 2, you go to combat. This will have drawn you your second card, so you get to put a counter on Loki. And then as you draw your second card, Loki puts a counter on Loki. Now it's turn 3, you have a 3/3 with hexproof. That's not bad, and it's just going to continue growing even bigger. And with this being a 2-drop legendary enchantment, we're probably only going to add like maybe 3 copies of this max into the deck, which means we will still have 1 more rare slot for our budget deck. So that's really exciting. And yeah, I'm excited to see what this can do. So let's take a look, see what we can run. Something that got added, I don't want to say something got added. One of the key words that's popular in Marvel superheroes is connive. So we may end up running some connive cards from Marvel superheroes. You know, I said it was popular. That's not that many cards. It felt like a lot more. I don't know. Maybe it's because I see Red Room Recruit and Aim Scientist so often that I thought connive was a more popular word. But there's a few. And connive will allow you to draw a second card, which is why I was thinking it would be good to pair with Loki. In fact, look, Loki's even on this card. Connive says, to have a creature connive, you draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded a non-land card, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. So, you know, if you have Loki out, if you have Kid Loki out, Prophetic Memory, and then you connive, that connive could end up putting 3 total +1/+1 counters on Kid Loki, which is kind of nuts. But these connive cards do not seem to be super crazy strong. These are just the ones from Marvel superheroes. If we look across other sets, there's other options. You know, Ledger Shredder would probably be a really good rare to have in the deck. We could run 2 copies of Ledger Shredder and then like 2 copies of the Prophetic Memory. In fact, I might already be sold on that. I think this might be 2 of our rares for the deck. Ledger Shredder was really popular in Capenna when it came out. I think people ran this in the Rafine Esper Legendaries deck. I want to say this made it into the deck list. That feels kind of right. So Ledger Shredder is 1 in a blue for a 1/3 Bird Advisor with flying. That says whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, this creature connives. And then again, to connive, you draw a card and then discard 1. If it's a non-land, the creature gets a +1/+1 counter. It's not bad. It's not terrible. As if we look at other cards that say, let's say, draw second card. Is that what Kid Loki said? Yeah, draw your second card. Fairy Mastermind. No, that's whenever an opponent draws a second card. Yeah, the other effects, they're just not good. Fairy Vandal, I've tried running, and I have run successfully in decks. This will probably make it into our list today. Fairy Vandal is a 2-mana 1/2 with flash flying. Says whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That one's good. But other effects, they're just not great. Like this one, Erudite Wizard, 3-mana 2/3 human wizard. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's just like, it's not super great. They're slow. They're very slow is the biggest problem. And I'm looking here to see if there are any rares that care about drawing a second card. It does not look like it. Not in mono blue, at least. Lady Octopus. Whenever you draw your first or second card each turn, put a +1/+. Oh, put an Ingenuity counter on Lady Octopus. Tap. You may cast an artifact spell. I don't care about artifacts. Jace doesn't seem to care. Yeah, so there's not a lot of payoffs for drawing a second card in a turn. This says whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw 2 cards. That one's kind of cool. If our opponent is drawing cards, this actually works really, really well with Kid Loki. Because it's hard to draw 2 turns during your opponent's turn. You know? But this allows that. Would I run the Unagi of Kyoshi Island? 5-mana 5/5 Serpent with Flash. The ward is Waterbend 4, which means it basically has hexproof because no one is going to be able to Waterbend 4 to pay for this. Right? Waterbend. Your creatures and artifacts can help you pay a waterbend cost. Each one you tap pays for 1. So they'd have to tap 4 creatures and or artifacts to be able to target the Unagi. That's like a really steep ward cost. So this will effectively have hexproof. 5 mana 5/5 flash hexproof. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw 2 cards. And then the drawing 2 cards during our opponent's turn will trigger Kid Loki, because it's whenever you draw your second card each turn. Maybe I do like it actually. All right, so let's see. Kid Loki's going in the deck for sure. Propside Memory. I think we could run a 2 of this and then 2 copies of the Unagi. I think that's not bad. Then for our 2-drop, it was Fairy Vandal. Fairy Vandal would be good. After this, we just need more ways to draw a second card each turn. I tried running Knowledge Seeker before. I think I was trying to run it in a spirit deck and not necessarily a draw 2 kind of archetype. It was a 2 mana 2/1 with Vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, create a clue token. That's not bad. I don't know if we need to go up to 8 2-drops already, but that's not bad. This is a newer card from the Marvel set. Atlantean Cavalry, 3 mana 3/2 Vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's definitely a lot better than like this 4-drop. This is a 4 mana 3/3, no abilities. Whenever you draw your second card, put a +1/+1 counter on this. And the Vigilance is really nice. Again, it's still better than Erudite Wizard, 3 mana 2/3. This is better as a blocker, which gives the creature more time to grow while still being useful on the board. But this having Vigilance is pretty nice. I don't know. I'm not super sold on these. What about just whenever draw? We're going to need like a good 3 or 4-drop creature in here. And then after this, we can start worrying about drawing cards. Let's go common, uncommon. Because we're definitely going to be running like Surveil effects. I think it's a good move. Because Kid Loki is a legendary. So, if we draw like 2 or 3 copies of this in our opening hand, being able to, or, if we surveil and see that it's on top of our deck, we can throw it into the graveyard. Like, that's fine. We don't want to see multiple copies of Kid Loki, really. 1, maybe 2 would be fine. But copies 3 and 4, you don't need to see it in a single match. Let's see. Cards that say whenever draw. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create an Eldrazi spawn. That's kind of interesting. That could help us ramp into the Unagi. People definitely would not be expecting that. Mono blue, not really known for their ramp, Let's see, what else might be good? Storm Chaser Drake, that helps us draw a second card, but that's not a payoff for drawing this second card. Whenever April deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards, then discard a card. It has no evasion. It's a 3 mana 2/2. It's not great. It doesn't have flying. It doesn't have can't be blocked. It doesn't have death touch. It has no great way to help connect for the combat damage. Teferi's Tutelage. This is normally a mill card. 3 mana enchantment. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. Thieving Otter, same issue as April. Whenever it deals combat damage to an opponent, draw a card, but it's a 3 mana 2/2 with, again, no evasion. Sphinx's Tutelage, 3 mana enchantment. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards. If 2 non-land cards that share a color were milled this way, repeat this process. It's a great mill card. Doesn't help with what we're looking for, though. Gandalf. Friend of the Shire, 4 mana 2/4 flash. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash whenever the ring tempts you. If you chose a creature other than Gandalf as your ring bearer, draw a card. Don't love it. See, I'm not seeing a lot of payoff cards for us drawing additional cards during our turn. Tolarian Kraken, a 6 mana 4/6 Kraken. Whenever you draw a card, you may pay 1. When you do, you may tap or untap target creature. See, that's the kind of effect that would be good, but I need this on like a 4-drop body, like at most 4 mana. Sokka could fit in our deck. 3 mana, 2/4 vigilance. Whenever Sokka and at least one other creature attack, draw a card. That's not bad. See, this is better than having to deal combat damage, because Kid Loki, if we've been buffing it, we want to swing with it. Fairy Vandal has flying. I don't know why I added 3 copies. Fairy Vandal has flying, so if we play this on turn 2 and then play Loki or play Sokka on turn 3, then, you know, we'll have another creature that we can swing with safely, or that we're fine swinging with. And then we can get the trigger, we can draw the second card, and it's just good. It's just good all around. Let's see, these other dual color cards. Voracious Tome Skimmer, 3 mana, 2/3 fairy rogue with flying. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card. This one's really good. I was just saying that it's really hard to draw 2 cards during your opponent's turn, right? If this is out on the field and we cast, let's say, a Consider during our opponent's turn, we can pay 1 life to then draw a second card. That's crazy. That's nuts. That is a great way to be able to draw our second card, but during our opponent's turn. Voracious Tome Skimmer. This is cool. It's a little bit ugly looking, but this is really cool. Well, that's good. That's a good 3-drop. We could use that. So far, we're missing a 4-drop for our curve. Let's see. I think Opt is going to end up in our deck as well. Just a 1 mana instant way to be able to draw a card during our opponent's turn. That's good. Merfolk Windrobber, I don't hate it. 1 mana, 1/1 Merfolk Rogue flying. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player mills a card. Sack this creature, draw a card. Activate only if your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Maybe it's not super great. Super Intelligence is a new Marvel card. 1 mana enchantment aura, enchant creature. At the beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller, that player draws a card. So we could play a creature, slap Super Intelligence on top of it, and if it survives until our upkeep, that's it. That's our second draw. I'm thinking 2 of these might not be bad in the deck. I don't know about 4, but 2 is not bad. But yeah, we definitely still need like a 3 or 4-drop creature. Like the Tome Skimmer's not bad, and if Prophecydetic Memory is out, then this card can grow bigger. But we need something good to do on turn 4. And then after that, I'm probably just going to throw something like Fading Hope into the deck. Modern Age is a good enchantment. I'm a big fan of this one. You get to draw a card, then discard a card. You do that twice for the Saga, and then when it flips, it becomes a 2/3 flyer. It's not bad. Actually, I really like the Modern Age. That's going to go into the deck. All right, let me just see if there's any decent 4-drop creature that we would want to buff with counters. Something like this, I don't even know this card. Aegis Sculptor, 4 mana, 2/3 flying with Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's cool. We definitely don't care about our graveyard. And that's like, I don't want to say it's a decent body. It's not that good. However, the ward is really, really significant. And blue is definitely not known for having big creatures. See, this is just a 4/4 with flash. This creature enters tapped because a 4/4 vanilla is too strong for blue. So this creature needs to come with a downside. Donatello, Turtle Techie. 4 mana, 3/4. When it enters, if you control an artifact, draw a card. We don't have any artifacts in our deck, but don't hate it. Giant size flying ant. This has been one of my favorite cards to play in draft. This one has been really good. 4 mana, 3/2 flash flying. When it enters, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent. It's pretty cool. 4-drop creature though. Jace's Projection. It fits along the theme of the deck Don't love it though. 4 mana 2/2 whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It is whenever you draw a card, not whenever you draw your second card. And you can pay 4 mana to put a loyalty counter on target Jace Planeswalker. I don't think we're going to run any Jaces. So probably not amazing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's going to be a good option. Ray Fillet, Man Ray. 4 mana 3/3 flying. When enters, create a mutagen token. You can pay 2, remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control, draw a card. Oh, yo. Wait a minute. We want to talk about synergy. That is some nice synergy with our deck. By turn 4, we should have creatures with +1/+1 counters on them already. Ray Fillet being able to pay 2 mana to remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to draw a card is insane, because it's basically 2 mana. It's 2 mana, just draw a card. Because if we're taking the counter, let's say off of Kid Loki, well then when we draw that second card for the turn, it'll put the counter right back. So it's essentially 2 mana, draw a card, which is awesome. That's nuts. It's crazy. Man, I didn't think this card would be that good. I think it's got to go in the deck. I was about to take a look at Reform. You know, I was going to say, you know, if we play out a Reform, start buffing it up, people will be more incentivized to kill it. They kill it, it replaces itself. They kill it again, it replaces itself in an even bigger creature. Kill it a third time, and now it's, you know, we've got a monster. We've got 9/9 Kraken here. I think it might be Ray Fillet. I think this is just an insane 4-drop for our deck. We have Opt, we have Consider in the deck, we have the Modern Ages, we have all of these ways to draw a second card for the turn. Now, I'm not a counterspell player. Some counterspells would probably be good for the deck, but like I said, I'm not a counterspell player. So we're going to go up to a 3rd copy of Ray Fillet, and then I'm going to add in 3 copies of Fading Hope. And the question is, do I drop down to 23 lands, add in a 4th Fading Hope? I think I do. And then for our lands, there is at least 1 land that I think I would want to run. I don't think it was Cephalid. Mystic Sanctuary. This land enters tapped unless you control 3 or more other islands. When this land enters untapped, you may put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. This could return a Fading Hope, a Consider, an Opt. I think that's not bad. I think I'll add 1 of these into the deck, and then maybe 1 Gate to Sea Tower. We don't have a lot of 4-drops to play. So 4 mana, tap, seek a non-land card, activate only once. It's not bad. I think this is it. I think this is the deck list. I'm really excited to see the Voracious Tome Skimmer at work. And the Ray Fillet is crazy. I've definitely not seen anyone use this card before. I don't think I've seen anyone use the Voracious Tome Skimmer either. This is dope. I really hope that this deck works. I think we're using a lot of really cool cards. There's just no one ever touches. Even the Unagi. I built a Serpent Tribal deck, but the Unagi did not make it into my deck. Yeah, screw it. Let's see. Let's go to our deck box. We'll change our avatar. There are like 40 to 1,000 avatars that you can buy in the store right now for Marvel. There's so many. And I did not buy any except for the Spider-Man bundle of avatars. Spider-Man's just cool. So I'm probably just going to rock this for like the remainder of the set. These ones came with pre-ordering the packs for the set. Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of these came with the pre-order. He might be part of the Mastery set. I'm not sure. Captain America Steve Rogers isn't bad. But now we'll go Spider-Man. We'll go Spider-Man, and then the companions, they're just shields, which is dumb. Companions should be creatures, or at the very least a statue of a creature. It's just a shield. Like, come on. So we'll find something else. So you're running mono blue. We do have a fairy card in the deck. We could run Courtly Fairy. I never do. Loki. He's mischievous like fairies, right? It's fine. That'll be good enough. Now for sleeves, I don't even know what Marvel sleeves I've gotten so far. This one's cool. I think this is just the artwork from Frozen in Ice. That one's kind of cool. I'll fuck with it. Yeah, I don't have anything that's Loki specific, at least not yet. I've already gotten all of these from the Mastery Pass. Yeah, if I look up Frozen in Ice, I was gonna say, yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I could see Captain America in the ice, but the card sleeve is definitely just that section with the shield on the right. Let's see. This will just be draw 2 Loki. Islands. Do I like the Marvel Islands? I don't even know. Oh, you know what? I didn't pick up the Marvel full art lands. I did not like them, actually. These arena ones are cool, but I've been rocking the Spider-Man. Yeah. Okay, those will work. Beautiful. Okay, let's do it. Let's see if our draw, let's see if our draw 2 Loki deck works. Dude, I'm so upset that I'm gonna have to play ranked again. It's so ass. And it took me so long to figure out a counter to the meta, and now with this release of Marvel, I don't know if the historic meta is going to change or not. Hopefully it does not, because I have an answer to the current meta with my Merfolk deck. But man, if it changes again, I'm going to be really bummed out. I was so happy that I finally hit Mythic again in Constructed. All right, anyway, let's see. Here we are in a match. We're going first. We have no creature to play on turn 1. That might be an oversight. Super Intelligence may need to go. We're going to mulligan. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that was definitely an oversight with the deck. We can throw back an island. If we don't have Kid Loki on turn 1, then we're not doing anything on turn 1. Which means that if we don't have another 1-drop creature to play alongside the Prop's Eidetic Memory, then playing this on 2 does nothing, because there's no creature to put a +1/+1 counter on. We get to draw a second card. That's cool. But for what? Our opponent just chose Rat with Metallic Mimic. That's horrifying. Yeah, let's start with the Prop's Eidetic Memory here. We'll draw a second card. Is this the one that... See, each other creature you control of the chosen type enters with additional +1/+1 counter on it. I'm going to slow down our opponent. We're going to Fading Hope the Metallic Mimic. We're going to get rid of this. I will scry and opt to the bottom of our deck. We go to combat. We get to swing in with a 3/4 Fairy Vandal. That's pretty nice. Getting it up to a 3/4 this quickly, it's pretty solid. Opponent replays their Metallic Mimic. I was gonna say they're playing Rats. They're gonna be running like man, I've already forgotten the name of the card that says you can have any number of this rat in your deck. We find the Ray Fillet. We're gonna opt here. We need to hit a land. Scry away the Modern Age. Draw a card. We hit a land. That's good. Fairy Vandal becomes a 4/5. We're going to play the Modern Age here, just to draw and discard. There's a Kid Loki. That's pretty nice. We'll play this out. We'll go to combat. Do I make Kid Loki bigger? The correct answer is to just put all of our counters on Fairy Vandal. So we'll go to combat. We'll swing in with a 6/7 Fairy Vandal. Putting the counters on Kid Loki when I know our opponent's playing rats wouldn't make any sense, because Kid Loki is never going to be able to connect against all of the rats that he's about to play. I keep wanting to say Relentless Rats, but it's not the right rat. Relentless Rats is the 3-drop. Right? I think it's a 3-drop. What is the 2-drop rat that you can have any number of copies of? Also, yeah, Super Intelligence is definitely being cut from the deck. We need more 1-drop creatures. Is it Scavenging Rat? Does that sound right? That doesn't sound right. Oh, Rat Colony. Yeah, he was definitely a Rat Colony deck, and had he started spawning rats, Loki was never going to be able to connect. Is Scavenging... What was the 3-drop one? There's Relentless Rats. Is that the one that I said? I think I did say Relentless the first time, but I was like, nah, it's the 3-drop. That's not it. Okay, so we need a 1-drop creature that we actually want to put +1/+1 counters on. Aerial Doombot is kind of cool. This has been really good in limited. 1 mana 1/1 robot flying with villain. Or it is a 1 mana 1/1 robot villain with flying, and that has power up. For 6 mana, put 3 +1/+1 counters on this creature. I really like power up as an ability. I think it's really good. You can either cast this flat out, essentially for 6 mana, and then it'll come in with the 3 +1/+1 counters. So you can pretty much cast this for 6 mana, get a 4/4 flyer. Or, again, you can play it early for 1 mana, get a 1/1 flyer. And then later, still pay the 6 to add the counters. It's kind of cool. I don't remember which other keyword is just like this that says activate only once. I want to say... Oh, fuck. Did OTJ have this? What is the other keyword that says activate only once? No, it's not plot. No, what's the other keyword? If I look up the words activate only once, it's not going to come up because it's going to be part of the reminder text. Let me see. MTG ability says activate only once. Dude, why can't I think of this keyword? No, it's not boast. Threshold? Technically, threshold does fit the criteria. But that's not the keyword I was thinking of. Is there only one H in threshold? No, it's not threshold. This one just happens to only say activate once. 2 mana 1/3 for Thought Shucker. Pay 2, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw a card. Activate only if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard and only once. That's not it. What is the other keyword that has it built in that says you can only activate this once? This is gonna bug that. Oh my god, thank you. Holy hell. Exhaust. Exhaust is the other keyword that is damn near the same as power up, or that power up pretty much copied. Exhaust, pay the exhaust for the ability, activate only once. That is what power up is very similar to. But it's a better version of exhaust, because for power up, you get cost reduction equal to that card's CMC, or equal to that card's just cost, if you played it that turn. So it'd be like playing this card, and then if it'd be like if you played this card and then went to activate the exhaust ability, but it costs 1 and a blue less to activate because the card entered this turn. Yeah, it's just like exhaust. Okay, anyway, we still need to find a 1-drop creature. Man, that was gonna bug me forever. Exhaust from Aether Drift. Okay. Anyway. Creature, 1-drop, something that we want to put +1/+1 counters on. Aerial Doombot. I think it's a really good card, and like I said, power up is a really strong ability. Is it really strong? It's a pretty good ability. It allows flexibility for a card like Aerial Doombot. Drawing this late game would normally suck, you know, a 1-mana 1/1 flyer, it would suck. Top decking Kid Loki on turn like 7, it's not great. It's not going to be doing a whole lot. But this, again, you could cast this for 6 mana and it'll be a 4/4 flyer. It's not amazing, but it's more flexible. So I don't hate it. And it has flying. Flying is good. Evasion for our creatures that we're going to be buffing, that's good. Because otherwise, you know, if we are buffing a creature on the ground and it's just like never able to connect, then what is the point of all the buffs, you know? Fairy Seer is not bad. When it enters, you get to scry too. That's pretty nice. We could go something like Harrier Strix. 1-mana 1/1 flying. When it enters, tap target permanent. Actually, that's really good. And it's not bad as a mid to late game drop either, because it has the activated ability, pay 3, draw a card, then discard a card. So that synergizes with the rest of our deck, and also can, you know, be a mana sink. Actually, I think it's Harrier Strix. I think this card is sick. And it can help our bigger creatures connect by tapping down one of our opponent's flying blockers. This card is awesome, dude. How have I not used this before? Another consideration was going the unblockable route for sure. We could run Mistcloaked Herald. Creature can't be blocked. It's a 1/1. But I don't want to do that. I'm already going to have to play so many more matches of Merfolk. I don't want to see any more Merfolk for a long time. Let's see. Stature. This card's really cool, but it doesn't work for what we're doing. Stature says, Stature can't be blocked if her power is 1 or less. She is great as a late game mana sink. You can swing with her while she's still a 1/1. And then after your opponent declares no blockers because they can't block her because she's unblockable, then you can activate her ability, pump her up, super huge, put X +1/+1 counters on this creature, where the cost is X and 2 blue. And then connect for like 5, 6, 7, 8 damage that was unblockable. Really cool. Has anti-synergy with our deck, though. We can't start putting +1/+1 counters on her early because then she will no longer be blockable. So you can't connect for big damage late game. Spectral Sailor, not bad, not horrendous. Similar to the Harrier Strix in that it's a good mana sink for later in the game. But I think this is probably it. I think the 2 copies of Harrier Strix will just have to be, I think it'll just be good enough. And then we cut out the 2 copies of Super Intelligence. Yeah. I got a little bit sidetracked during that. I won't lie. I spent like 10 minutes to make a 2-card swap. but I really could not remember the keyword exhaust. And trying to search it up, trying to Google it, did literally nothing. It provided no help. You would think that, you know, looking up what activated ability in Magic the Gathering can only be used once would bring up the answer of exhaust or even power up. And it didn't even bring up power up in the answers, which is, it's just dumb. I ended up clicking on Google Images and I just started scrolling through cards. All right, anyway, here we are in another match. All right, we've made the adjustment to our deck. Let's see if it has paid off. Our opponent's going first. I was about to say we don't have a good turn one play, but we top deck the Kid Loki, the card that we are here to see. Incredible. So the question is, if we have Kid Loki on turn 1 and Fairy Vandal on turn 2, why am I going up against rats again? What are the odds that 2 games in a row? Man, I really wish I ditched the Tome Skimmer. What are the odds that 2 games in a row we're going to be seeing rats? Like, this just... it's just weird. Well, I mean, they could still just be mono black control that's also running Burglar Rat, you know, for the discard. All right, you know what? We're going to play the Modern Age. We're going to make Kid Loki a 2/2 while we can. So that way we can swing with it uncontested while we still can. Next turn, assuming we hit a land drop, we'll play Fairy Vandal and then opt. If we do not hit a land drop, then we probably just play out the Fairy Vandal. Our opponent's going to wipe the board already. Jesus. Seems a little bit excessive for a 2/2. Here we get to draw a card, then discard. Let's discard and opt. Now, we've already drawn our second card for turn, so playing out the Fairy Vandal doesn't matter. Playing it out first doesn't matter. So we're going to opt here. We're going to scry 1. We hit our land. That's good. Play out the Fairy Vandal. Could I have held it until our opponent's end step because it has flash? Yes. Is that technically the correct play? Also, yes. Ew. See, our opponent's boring and they're just playing Shieldred. We can flash in the Fairy Vandal now, which would be useful if we still had another draw coming off of the Modern Age, but since we don't, it doesn't really matter. We can just draw for turn and then decide if we want to play Fairy Vandal and then consider. If our opponent's planning to draw additional cards during their turn, which is very likely since they're running Shieldred, getting out the Tome Skimmer might be the better play. Let's play this out. Oh, you know what? That's actually, it's pretty sick. We play out the Tome Skimmer now, right? And then we have the 1-drop that we can play during their turn. This is such a horrible matchup for us, though. This is actual dog shit. Because our whole gimmick is about drawing cards, and we go up against Shieldred, the most punishing card in the game for drawing additional cards. Like, this is stupid. This is a horrible turn, horrible game too. This is just dumb. They're gonna cast Rush of Dread. Target opponent loses half their life rounded up. Let's lower our life total before that happens. Let's go ahead and consider. We're gonna pay a life to draw a card from our consider. Then we're gonna lose 2 life to Shieldred. Find a Fading Hope, we draw that. Fairy Vandal is gonna get a counter because we drew our second card. We go down to 6 life. This is just stupid. Block with the Vector Glider, I guess. Before we draw our card, we can Fading Hope the Shieldred. Draw a card for turn. We can play out Ray Fillet. We can go to combat. Swing in for 4. When this enters, we make a mutagen token, which is cool. But next turn, we can pay 2, remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to draw a card. So we could play out the Fairy Vandal. Does this still have its ability? Yes. We draw a card for turn. We go down to 3. I play the Fairy Vandal. We activate the Ray Fillet. We remove a +1/+1 counter from our Fairy Vandal to draw a second card. We lose 2 life to Sheoldred because the card's stupid. And then we get to put a +1/+1 counter on both of these Fairy Vandals, which is cool. We can sack the Mutagen token, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Swing in for a decent amount of damage, and we lose. That felt good. Our opponent played 1 card and won the game, just Sheoldred, that's it, which is fucking stupid. That card needs to be banned. It needs to be banned a long time ago. Same with the One Ring. Those cards both need to fucking go. But aside from playing against the most garbage card that we could literally match up against, the deck felt good, felt cool, felt interesting. Definitely a lot more unique than just slamming Sheoldred. Anyway, all right, here we are in another game. Hopefully this one will be actually good. We're going to start with turn 1, getting our tapped land down. Man, seeing both of these in the same hand is actually... Oh, you know what? I didn't know that this gate was an island. I was going to say, it sucks that we have both of these in our in the same hand. But this says this enters untapped as long as you control 3 or more other islands. It doesn't say basic islands, which is pretty cool because this is an island, which I did not realize. Here we're just going to play out Fairy Vandal. Again, the correct answer is still to flash it in during my opponent's end step, but I'm not a blue player. I like to play during my turn. So let's see. I could play the Mystic Sanctuary, and it's going to come in tapped, which I don't love. We could just consider right now. Try to hit land number 3. We throw away a consider. We hit our land. Nice. Fairy Vandal becomes a 2/3. We'll go to combat. We'll swing in for 2. Our opponent's playing Dimir Zombies. I'm going to play the Harrier Strix out now. We'll tap down this creature. It doesn't really do anything. But we're going to hold up Fading Hope, and we're going to Fading Hope during our opponent's turn to slow him down. And I chose to play out the Harrier Strix first, so that way we can save the Modern Age for next turn as our way to draw a second card. Here we'll try to Fading Hope the Blade Stitched Scob, see if our opponent has a response. And he counters our spell. You see, this is why it's better to play spells during your turn. If I had just Fading Hoped the zombie away during my turn, it would have actually gone off. He would have spent his whole turn replaying the Stitched Scob. And now he wouldn't have a 3/2 zombie. This is why blue is stupid. Blue is a terrible color. Anyway, we're going to play the Modern Age. We're going to draw and then discard a card. Ooh, the Kid Loki. I could play the Kid Loki now. I'm going to be greedy. We're going to discard the Mystic Sanctuary. I'm going to play out Kid Loki because the Modern Age is going to trigger next turn. We'll swing 4 damage in the air. And then next turn, Fairy Vandal is going to grow bigger. Kid Loki's going to grow bigger. And they're both going to get Hexproof for the turn, which will kind of be nice. Maybe. Might be relevant, might not be. We did just throw away land number 5 that we would need to play the Unagi, though. However, our opponent's playing zombies. They have a decent... There's a decent chance that he may have a Death Touch zombie. So I don't know if our 5/5 body will be super useful. And I don't know how likely it is that they're going to be drawing a second card during their turn. I feel like zombies normally does not run a lot of additional card draw. I'm trying to think of what zombie cares about it. Or, you know, allows you to do it. Can't really think of anything off the top of my head. So the Unagi, probably not super relevant. And then worst case scenario, if we don't draw into land number 5 to play this, we can just activate Harrier Strix too. That might just, you know, be a good way to use our mana for the turn. Our opponent is roping us. I don't know if he's already left. If he has a rage quit already, that'd be kind of lame. I don't think our board is anything insane. Yeah, definitely not. Before this Modern Age triggers, we should be able to flash in Fairy Vandal. So that way this gets the +1/+1 counter for the turn. I don't know if I don't know if the game is going to stop to give us priority though before this trigger goes off. It should. In fact, let me turn off full control. It should give us priority to flash in Fairy Vandal before the Modern Age goes off. If not, then I will have to hold full control for our next matches going forward. Let's see. After your draw step, add a lower counter. Okay. So we drew for turn. We have to discard something. We'll discard this kid to Loki. We don't need a second one. Okay, and it didn't give me priority to flash in the Fairy Vandal before we drew our second card. So this just missed out on a +1/+1 counter. That's really stupid. So I am going to have to hold full control whenever I have a Modern Age on the field and a Fairy Vandal in hand. So that way it doesn't miss out on a counter like that. It's good to know, but that's really stupid. It's dumb. And it's really lame that our opponent is, I don't know, conceded the match already. DC'd, rage quit, left. I don't know. I can maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe his internet stopped. Maybe his dog just threw up. Maybe his cat just threw up. I don't know. Maybe he really had to find a toilet. Like right meow. It happens. Things happen. But like I didn't do anything to affect his game plan whatsoever. He's still able to cast all of his spells. He was still able to counter my spell. Like I have not set back his game plan whatsoever. Well, that's a victory. I would like to get a normal full match done against someone. That'd be nice. Also, all of our opponents so far have been playing black. Weird coincidence, maybe. But I would like to see some more variety too. 2 games against rats, which is weird. Oh, no. Second game wasn't rats. Second game was a Shieldred game. Yeah, I don't know. Give me someone other than fucking a black player. All right. All right, we are going first. We can keep this opening hand. I don't think Harrier Strix is the greatest one drop to play. This is not a May ability. That's funny. When it enters, tap target permanent. We'll tap down our own island, I guess. I did not realize this was not a May. That's funny. Ooh, the Kid Loki is kind of nice. All right, we're going to play the Kid Loki, even though it's going to throw off our curve. And then we'll swing in with the Harrier Strix, and we hope that next turn our opponent plays a creature that we can Fading Hope away, try to gain some tempo. Nope, they play a second tap land. I'm okay with that too. The Consider here is massive. We can play out the Fairy Vandal, drop our island, Consider to draw our second card for turn. We're pretty far away from casting the Unagi, so we'll throw that away. Now, Kid Loki and Fairy Vandal both get a +1/+1 counter and hexproof for the turn. Swing in, connect, deal 3 damage to our opponent down to 16, and next turn we can set up the Modern Age. Our opponent just played Disciplined Duelist. 3-mana 2/1 double strike, enters with a shield counter on it. You know what's very unfortunate about your shield counter is that it loses to Fading Hope. So we played the Modern Age, we got our counters, we're going to bounce this to our opponent's hand, we get a Scry. I'm going to Scry this Consider to the bottom. I guess I should have kept it. I don't know why, but I thought Ray Fillet was a 5-drop. We could have kept that Consider on top. I was like, wow, we need 5 mana so I can play this guy next turn. That is inaccurate. Anyway, we go to our turn, we draw our second card thanks to the Modern Age, we discard a Kid Loki. Creatures become even bigger still. I think we just drop Ray Fillet. If I swing in with Kid Loki, it will probably just trade with our opponent's Disciplined Duelist. And that has a shield counter, so it won't die. So we'll just swing 5 in the air, and then hopefully next turn, that's just game. We have a bunch of ways to draw an additional card. Harrier Strix allows us to draw a second card. Opt allows us to draw a second card. We can draw a second card with Ray Fillet. He's going to tap down and put a... He's going to tap down our Fairy Vandal. He didn't put a stun counter on it, but he effectively did. From here, you know what's crazy? What if I just Fading Hope his creature a second time? And now we can swing in with Kid Loki. And that's game. Beautiful. Clean. And that's why Fading Hope is one of my favorite cards. Could you be running counter spells in place of Fading Hope? Probably. But that's lame. And that feels bad. And that makes you a bully. Fading Hope is just cooler. Man, the amount of synergy we have in the deck is it's pretty solid. Like I said, during that last turn, we had 3 different ways to draw a second card. That's dope. It's pretty cool. Now, the Unagi, we have not played it yet. I don't know if we need it in the deck. I think it is an interesting idea. Is it one of our rares? I think it is our 2 rares. We might replace the Unagi. Every time I've seen it so far, I've wanted to scry or surveil it away. So we might need to find a better rare. Okay, here we have an opening hand that had 1 Kid Loki. We drew into the second copy. This is another opponent that's running black. At least they're running 3 colors. Do they have removal for the Kid Loki? If they do, if they have like a cut down or something right here, I'd actually be very okay with that. If they do have removal, they've chosen not to use it yet. So what if I play Harrier Strix? Go to combat. Oh, you know what? This will force their hand. I'm going to try to tap down their land. Let's see if they want to use it in response. Or a cut down or something. Nope, island cycling. Okay, okay. Nice. Okay, so now that we know what they're doing, here we can opt, get our second draw. I will take the land. I'll take the land. We make our Loki a 2/2. And now connect for 2 damage. Set our opponent to 18. Okay, not bad. Not bad. We could use another creature. We could use a Fairy Vandal. That'd be nice. We draw into the Ray Fillet. Okay. Here, we are going to go to combat. We're going to see if our opponent has any removal. They're saying go. So we're going to opt again. See, this is what I'm saying about the Unagi. I want to scry it away. It might not be good in the deck. It might be too big. We draw our second card here. We go to damage. We deal 4. And I'm just going to play out the Fairy Vandal. If our opponent had removal there, we could have considered in response to give our Loki hexproof. That would have been really cool. Opponent has 4 mana now. If they wipe the board, they're lame. They play the Murmuring Mystic. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, create a 1/1 blue bird illusion creature token with flying. Let's see. If I Fading Hope here, does that just win us the game? Probably gets us really close. We consider here. I don't need another island. Drew into another island anyway. We get to go to combat. We get to swing in for 7 damage. Set our opponent down to 7. And we end the turn. Seems good. If our opponent just recasts Murmuring Mystic, they lose the game. No, they don't lose the game. They can block the Kid Loki. Maybe I should add a card into the deck that gives unblockable to our creatures. Let's see. I could play the Ray Fillet. How much is a mutagen? The mutagen costs 1 to activate. We will sack the mutagen token. We'll put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. Make it a 5/5. So that way it's at least big enough to kill the Murmuring Mystic now. So he can't just chump block it. And our opponent concedes. Hell yeah. Okay, not bad. See, again, the Unagi, it might be too slow. But if I'm not running the Unagi, maybe I should only run one Unagi. I was going to say, we haven't seen Prop's Eidetic Memory that much. Let's go up to a 3rd copy of Prop's Eidetic Memory, and then just the 1 copy of the Unagi. Oop. That will probably feel better. Because I'm thinking back to those matches that we played. If in place of the Unagi that we saw, it had been a Prop's Eidetic Memory, we would have kept that card and been able to utilize it and, you know, grown our board twice as fast as it was going. So this is probably the right call. Hopefully this will be our final, that'll be it. This will just be our final deck list. I hate that we're seeing both of our slow lands in our hand in the same opening hand a second time. Like, that's insane that we see both of these in the same opening hand twice in like 5 games. Because if we had 2 untapped lands, we just go Kid Loki into Profs and we're really happy. So let's hope that we draw into an untapped land next turn. If not, I will just, you know, cry deeply. Rats, again, I don't understand what is happening. I don't know why we keep going up against rats. I'll play one of our tap lands. I'm gonna Fading Hope the Typhoid Rats. This will give us a scry. We'll scry this away so we can try to hit another untapped land. And we swing in for 1. It's so weird, dude. And Death Touch is bad. Death Touch counters our Kid Loki. Why are we going up against another Rat Colony deck? Understand. I don't get it. But by playing Prop's Eidetic Memory here, we can make Kid Loki into a 3/3. So it can swing uncontested against this Rat Colony. We can even make Kid Loki bigger. We can make it a 4/4 if we wanted. Because we could consider here, that will be our 3rd card drawn, which means Prop's Eidetic Memory will put 2 +1/+1 counters on Loki instead of just 1. We can make Kid Loki a 4/4. And we will keep this Voracious Tome Skimmer. Yeah. All right, so we go to combat, swing in with our 4/4 Kid Loki. Our opponent takes the 4, they go down to 15. Next turn, we'll play the Voracious Tome Skimmer. And probably the Opt. Because we're going to have to race our opponent with our rats. And Kid Loki just realistically can't do any damage on the ground. So we play the Tome Skimmer now. And we will, I think, Opt now. Scry away the island. Find a Ray Fillet. For combat, we're going to put the +1/+1 counter on the Voracious Tome Skimmer. We're going to swing the Kid Loki. He's going to trade with the Typhoid Rats. But that makes his Rat Colony weaker, which is good. It's about the best that we can hope for. Yeah, maybe we really need to add a way to give Kid Loki unblockable. I don't know what the hell this is. Ashcoat of the Shadow Swarm. 4 mana 3/3. Whenever Splinter attacks or blocks, why did it say Ashcoat? And also Splinter of the Shadows. Whenever Splinter attacks or blocks, other rats you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of rats you control. At the beginning of your end step, you may mill 4 cards. Excuse me. If you do, return up to 2 rat creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. We find the Fading Hope, which is really massive here. We can return an instant or sorcery from our graveyard to our hand thanks to Mystic Sanctuary. I think I will take the Consider. Oh no, we put it on. We don't put it in our hand. We put it on top of our library, which is fine. Yeah, but we're gonna have to Fading Hope this Splinter because it's going to ruin us. I'm just gonna play the Ray Fillet here. Set up another flyer. We make the Mutagen token. We swing in for 3. Set our opponent down to 12. Next turn we can Consider and sacrifice our Mutagen token. I think we can add like 3 more damage to our board. Maybe we cast both Considers next turn, actually. Because we're about to die. We need to... We can't even draw into another blocker. All these rats have Menace. Why do we keep going up against rats, dude? Oh, we're going to lose. There's no way for us to deal 12 damage here. We would have to draw like 5 additional cards. And we don't have a way to draw that many cards in our deck. Can Consider here again. The Modern Age, this gets us closer. The Modern Age is probably like the closest we could get aside from finding like our last 2 ops or Considers. Discard this, doesn't matter. We activate the Mutagen before. Actually, we could remove a +1/+1 counter, draw a card. Counter replaces itself. We could also just activate the Mutagen. It's pretty much the same thing. Go to combat. We get to put 3 counters on something. We swing in for 10. We're too short. And we concede against the rats. Yeah, I literally don't know what's happening. I don't know why people are spamming rats at me. But that's like the 4th person to play a rat against us in like 5 matches. Do we need heavier card draw? Let's see, draw cards. Just draw cards. Let's go draw cards in a rare and mythic rare. Maybe we replace the Unagi with a really strong draw card effect. Something to draw multiple in a turn. Is there anything that can also give our creature unblockable? Because that would be real nice. Inscription of Insight doesn't seem bad. Cast it for 4 mana, choose 1. If it was kicked, choose any number instead. But for 4 mana, we could scry 2, then draw 2. Or we can return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Kicker cost of 8. We'll probably never kick it. There's Commit to Memory, which I have used in the past. I've used this card with Sheoldred when it first came out. I know, Sheoldred, gross, disgusting, boring. But pairing it with Memory is cool. Memory is 6 mana for a sorcery with Aftermath that says each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards. So by getting Sheoldred out, I can effectively burn you for 14 with Memory, and that I think is kind of cool. I don't just play Sheoldred and just let it sit there, and then it wins me the game. I actually, you know, played other cards alongside the Sheoldred to win the game. Commit to Memory. I don't hate it though. And you can only cast Memory from your graveyard. And since we are running Surveil effects and we have the Modern Age to throw cards into our graveyard as well, we could end up casting just Memory. And then if we have Commit early, I would cast Commit on turn 4. I guarantee that there's something that, you know, we'd want to counter and or put back on top of our, let's see, put it into its owner's library second from the top. Yeah, I like this a lot, actually. I'm going to cut out the Unagi of Kyoshi Island because it's always seemed bad. And we're going to play the Commit to Memory. 3 and a blue for an instant. Put target spell or non-land permanent into its owner's library second from the top. So this technically can work as a counterspell as well. Because you can put target spell, so something on a stack, back into our opponent's library. Or non-land permanent. And then again, should we maybe like turn 1 consider this into the graveyard? No big deal. Late game, once we have a Prophet's Eidetic Memory on the field, we can cast Memory. Everyone shuffles their things away. We draw a fresh card of fresh hand of 7. And with Prophet's Eidetic Memory, if this is already out, that means we're adding 7 +1/+1 counters to our creatures as we go into combat. Or 7 +1/+1 counters onto target creature. And that's just like really cool. Teferi's Ageless Insight is also very, very tempting. 4 mana legendary enchantment. If you would draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. This is pretty similar to the Voracious Tome Skimmer. This would make it really easy for us to draw a second card during our opponent's turn. If we opt or consider during our opponent's turn, but we have this on the field, we get to draw 2, and that's enough to trigger Kid Loki. That's enough to trigger the Fairy Vandal and grow them. So I won't lie, that one's really, really tempting as well. However, throwing this into the graveyard does not help us. Whereas Commit to Memory does have graveyard synergy. Either one would be really good, actually. Question is, do I add in the Teferi's Ageless Insight? I think we're going to pass on the Teferi's. It's really, really, really tempting. But if we play this on turn 4, and we don't already have an established board, it does nothing for us. This is a do-nothing card. Whereas, at least if we cast Commit on turn 4, we're like guaranteed to have a target. There's going to be something that we want to bounce from our opponent. Yeah, okay, I think it's Commit to Memory. I think Commit to Memory is the move. Okay, hopefully this will be the final version of the deck. Maybe. I don't know. See, now the problem with Commit to Memory, Commit, really good. Memory is a 6-drop though. And I already was not liking trying to play a 5-drop creature. So I don't know about casting a 6-drop sorcery. We are running 23 lands in the deck. I have cut 1 down already. So the fact that we're running 23 lands definitely does make it harder to reach 6 mana. But we have a lot of scrying. We're seeing a lot of cards. We'll see how it works out. Anyway, we have 2 copies of our legendary creature and 2 copies of our legendary enchantment, which is not super ideal. But we're going to go turn 1 Kid Loki into turn 2 Prophet's Eidetic Memory. We now have a 3/3 to swing with into our opponent's 2/3 Eumidian Terrabotanist. They don't block, they take the 3, but they play a land, so they get to gain 1 life from their Terrabotanist. So they go back up to 18. We have 2 copies of Fading Hope and 1 copy of the Modern Age in hand. They destroy our enchantment. Normally quite rude. Perfectly fine with me right now, though. Why? Because we have the second copy. So we're going to play a second copy of Prophet's Eidetic Memory. We're going to draw another card. Loki will become a 4/4. Now, they played a Dragon Sniper, which has Vigilance, Reach, and most importantly, Death Touch. But you know what we have? A Fading Hope. So we're going to bounce that to his hand. We have an island on top. Do I need the island? I don't think so. We'll scry it away. Go to combat. Loki is now a 5/5. We swing in for 5. Set our opponent down to 13. Kid Loki has now dealt 8 damage to our opponent, and I think it's turn 3. Yeah. 8 damage by turn 3 is pretty good. No, 9 damage. He gained a life from his Terrabotanist. He now gains another life. No, how is it 9 damage? I don't know. Kid Loki's been doing work. Kid Loki's been putting in that work. We're going to set up the modern age here. It's going to take a couple turns for it to flip into our 2/3 flyer, but I would like to get that going. Do I discard the second Kid Loki? I don't think so. We discard an island. Kid Loki becomes a 6/6. We're going to Fading Hope his Dragon Sniper again, which he's got to be pissed about. And yes, he is. He concedes. He concedes to the second Fading Hope. Fading Hope is too good. It's too good. Kid Loki was about to connect for another 6 damage. And we had a Voracious Tome Skimmer on top. We're definitely going to keep that on top. We're going to draw this for next turn. That was a good game. That was nice. Also very clean. Kind of filthy, if I'm being honest. But I don't know why he kept swinging with his 2/3, though. Like, he didn't have to. He did not have to swing with his 2/3 and make it easier for us to connect. But I don't know. Maybe he really just was not expecting this second Fading Hope. Ooh, all right. This hand is interesting. We're going first. We have a turn 1 Kid Loki, which is nice. And we have a turn 2 Fairy Vandal. However, we do not yet have a way to draw our second card. We have Harrier Strix on turn 4. We can draw a second card, but that's a very slow start. It's a very late start for us to start building up our creatures. We have the Commit to Memory, which is kind of neat. But if we still haven't put any counters on our creatures, then I think on turn 4, it's probably just the Harrier Strix. Excuse me. I was going to say, that's assuming we have an opponent to play against. They did just mulligan. So they are still here. They're just taking their time. They're thinking long and hard about their mulligans. All right. They go down. Yeah, they go down to 6. It's fine. We're going to play our Kid Loki. They only mulliganed once. That's good. It's actually a good sign. If your opponent mulligans like 5 times, like 4 or 5 times, that means they're playing some kind of crazy combo deck. Ooh, nice. Let's see. Do I just play the Fairy Vandal here? I'm going to say yes. We're just going to play the Fairy Vandal here. We'll swing in for 1, set our opponent to 19. We drew into the opt, so we do have a way to draw a second card next turn. We probably just start with the Harrier Strix. We get to tap target permanent. Let's try to tap down one of our opponent's lands. I'm really surprised that this is target permanent and not non-land permanent. It's kind of crazy. Are they going to tap down their land in response? They should. That's the correct play. Now, by tapping their land and making them float their mana, we can kind of force their hand. If we tap their land and then proceed to move to combat, they will lose that floating mana, which means they got to use it before we go to combat. And let's say they have like a lightning strike or something. If we force them to use it during the first main phase, in response, we can opt and give our creatures hexproof. So it actually puts us in like a really favorable position. Okay, he lets it get tapped down. We go to combat, choose the attackers. He's got no blockers. We're going to opt here. Now, this would be his time to kill our creature in response if he had like a play with fire or a shock. But nothing comes out. Fairy Vandal becomes a 2/3 with hexproof. Kid Loki's a 2/2 with hexproof. Connect for 4, set our opponent to 15. It's pretty good all around. Next turn, we got 2 options. We can play out the Voracious Tome Skimmer, or we can commit to memory. I don't think we need to use commit already. Not unless our opponent plays like a really crazy big bomb blocker. We probably just set up the Voracious Tome Skimmer. And if we're super lucky, we will draw into like another opt or another consider to play alongside the Tome Skimmer. However, our opponents, they may have left the building. All of the matches today so far have been weird. I guess the last game wasn't super weird. The dude just scooped to double Fading Hope. And a lot of damage. And a lot of damage from Kid Loki. But everything else has been weird. Like, look at that. We'll play the Voracious Tome Skimmer. We'll go to combat. We'll swing in for 5. We set our opponent to 10. But like, he's already left. I'm like, I don't think we're doing anything so crazy that people need to concede this early. Or like DC this early, you know? Now, if he got screwed on land, if that's why he's left the match, like, that's not my fault. That has nothing to do with me. I tapped it down one of your lands. That was it. You can tap it in response and still get your mana. Like, we don't deserve this. Our deck doesn't deserve this. We're not doing anything that outrageous to these people. I'm not playing land destruction. I'm not turn 1 OTKing you. I'm not countering every single spell you attempt to cast. It's kind of lame that this is the second time that this has happened already. I'm going to pull up the Untapped. I'm going to see how many games we have played so far. I think it's been 6. I think this is game number 6. This is game number 7. We're currently 5-2 with the deck, which means we are already halfway through our matches. No, we're 6-2. That was game number 8. I'll be honest, man. I need some better games. I need something with a little bit of back and forth. I need something that's also not fucking mono black rats. All right, I need to get 4 more wins. I need 4 good games. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, here we're going first. We have triple consider in our opening hand, a Voracious Tome Skimmer, and the Ray Fillet. This opening hand looks like garbage. We are going to mulligan this. This is much better. We have a Fairy Vandal and Prophecydetic Memory. We're going to keep 6. I'll throw back the Gate to Sea Tower. And we'll pass. I guess I could have kept the Gate. I wasn't going to have a turn 1 play anyway. So I guess I should have kept the Gate. But it's whatever. We're going to play the Fairy Vandal here. We're just going to play it main phase, even though it has flash. Because look, our opponent's playing blue. What if they have a counter spell and the Fairy Vandal gets countered? Then it's not useful to us. Speaking of counter spells, we're going to cast Prophecydetic Memory and hope it sticks. It does. We get to draw a second card. Fairy Vandal becomes a 2/3. We go to combat, Prophecydetic Memory, and make this a 3/4. Connect for 3 damage, set our opponent to 17, and we get to cast a Harrier Strix, which we drew into. And I can tap down one of our opponent's lands, which doesn't really matter. But I got him. I tapped your land. How do you feel about that? I touched it. I touched your land. And they're going to play a Bristly Bill. Do they have their land for the landfall? They do indeed. Oh, they do indeed. They have an Evolving Wilds, actually. It's a pretty good one. He has now put as many +1/+1 counters on his creatures as we have put on ours. I don't love that. We should be winning the race for this. Here, I love this. We find a Voracious Tome Skimmer off the top. That is an amazing top deck here. Amazing. Great. We're going to consider here to draw our second card. We can get rid of that island. The double opt is so nice. Here, I think I will start to spread around our damage a little bit. We'll put a +1/+1 counter on Harrier Strix. Swing 6 in the air, we set our opponent to 11. This double opt with the Tome Skimmer out is crazy because we can opt during our turn and then opt again during our opponent's turn, which will put additional +1/+1 counters on Fairy Vandal, and we'll finally get to see the Voracious Tome Skimmer's ability in use. We did use it once before, but getting to see it in action again will be nice. Our opponent played a Branching Evolution, 3-mana enchantment. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters we put on a creature you control, twice that many are put on that creature instead. They're going to swing in their Bristly Bill for 6. We go down to 14. Ooh. We find a second Fairy Vandal, which is massive. We're going to cast our opt, so we'll draw our second card for the turn. I will leave Ray Fillet on top. I don't think it'll matter. I'll leave him on top. Our Fairy Vandals, they trigger. We go to combat. Prophecydetic Memory will trigger. I'll put it on the Voracious Tome Skimmer. We'll swing in 10 damage, set our opponent to 1. I do realize that that could have been lethal. Still could have been lethal, actually. As soon as I saw it was lethal, I could have just opted. Anyway, I don't think we lose the game from this position. Our opponent plays a land. They go up to... The Bristly Bill goes up to an 8/8. Actually, if they have a way to double the amount of counters on this and give it trample, I may have just thrown this match. Don't give it trample. They make it an 80/80. It's going to pass to attackers. It's going to swing the Bristly Bill. All right, we're going to opt in response. We're going to pay 1 life to draw an additional card thanks to the Voracious Tome Skimmer. We'll leave this Consider on top. That is now our second card drawn. Our Fairy Vandals grow bigger. We block the 80/80 Bristly Bill with our Fairy Vandal. He did not have a way to give it trample. We're still alive, and I did not throw the game. Go to combat, swing out for lethal. That's only a little bit terrifying. Jesus. The double growth curve with the branching evolution out is disgusting. Double the amount of counters on that creature, but then double the amount getting put on a second time with branching evolution, and then growth curve again. That was gross. Yeah, if he had any way to give this trample, we were super beyond dead. But luckily he did not have that. Cool. Cool. We'll take it. This is a cool card. That'd be good for an Aristocrats deck. Okay, we are now 7-2. So far, I think there's only been like 2 good matches that I would want to show off the deck with in a YouTube video. Could kind of use more. This opening hand looks absolutely nuts. This looks sick. I think we do just start with a turn 1 Loki into turn 2 Prophetic Memory. Oh, gross. Okay, so we're playing against mono white life gain. I haven't been playing Historic for the past week. I forgot how much I hate mono white life gain. Look at that. Turn 1 Soulmender into turn 2 Ajani's Pridemate. It's already beginning. So here we're just gonna set up the Fairy Vandal. We have the Fading Hope for his Ajani's Pridemate. So next turn we can go Prophetic Memory and Fading Hope, bounce away the Ajani's Pridemate, and then start making the Fairy Vandal really big. Bran, whenever 1 or more other creatures you control die, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. Bran's a really cool card. I've used this before in Brawl. I like Bran. I can't remember if I ran him as the commander or not, but he's cool. Anyway, we're going to play Prophetic Memory. We're going to draw our second card for the turn. That is going to put a counter on both of our creatures. Vran is here as a blocker. I think I hold the Fading Hope until his turn. We'll go to combat. Props will make Kid Loki a 3/3. We can swing in for 5 damage. Maybe he blocks with Vran, maybe he doesn't. He does not. He takes the 5. Our opponent goes down to 17. This is fine. He's going to tap down the Soul Mender before going to combat. Yep. Johnny becomes a 5/5. He's going to swing both creatures. We will Fading Hope the Ajani's Pridemate. Another Opt on top. I don't need another Opt. We have an Opt and Consider in our hand already. Another Fading Hope would be nice, or honestly, a Commit to Memory. Commit to Memory would be very, very nice. We could set up Ray Fillet here. It's a 3/3 blocker, but it's not amazing. Let's consider. Ditch the island. That triggers our creatures, they get bigger. We are just going to consider again Fairy Vandal. I'll take the Fairy Vandal, I guess. It's a 1/2. It doesn't really line up against his creatures. I think I'm fine to play it out now. Oh, actually, we could put the 2 counters on this Fairy Vandal, in which case it is a good blocker for next turn. That's sick. That's actually really good. I hadn't considered that. I was going to put the counters on Kid Loki, make it as big as possible while swinging on the ground, because he wasn't going to block with his Ajani's Pridemate. But this is better. Now we can hold up the Fairy Vandal as a blocker. That's dope. That was a good find. That was a good creature to hit off the top, or to find off the consider. He taps his Soul Mender. He gains what I think is like his 4th life, 4th or 5th life already. He makes the Ajani's Pridemate a 3/3. He swings. Oh, he doesn't swing the Vran. Here we have 5 mana. We can play out the Ray Fillet. Makes a mutagen token when it enters. We're going to opt. Scry away this Kid Loki. We draw our 2nd card for the turn. We draw into an island. That's perfectly fine. Kid Loki is now 5/5 blocker on the ground. And our opponent scoops. We're about to swing 8, potentially 9 damage in the air. I think I was just going to swing both Fairy Vandals for the 8 damage and put this +1/+1 counter onto the Ray Fillet, make it a 4/4. That way we have a 4/4 blocker for our opponent's turn, and then the 5/5 Loki on the ground. That was good. Suck it, life gain. that was just nice. And then next turn, we still had ways to draw additional cards with the Ray Fillet. And we had the mutagen token that we could have sacked to get another +1/+1 counter somewhere. It was just looking good. The Kid Loki is so nice. It's so good. It is exactly what the draw to deck archetype for blue was missing. It was missing a good 1-drop that could continue to grow. Excuse me, I don't know. I'm so tired. All right. Speaking of missing a good 1-drop that grows, we have the Harrier Strix in hand. But we do not have Kid Loki. We do not have Prof's Eidetic Memory. We do not have Fairy Vandal. We do not have any of the creatures that grow. We do not have any of the cards that allow our creatures to grow. So let's see how this works out. Our opponent plays Aunt May, 0/2. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. If it's a spider, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Interesting. I did not know that mono white life gained had gained another 1-drop life gainer. Let's go to combat. We'll swing in the 1. We did top deck a Kid Loki, which is nice, but we don't have a way to draw a 2nd card yet. We do have it built into the Harrier Strix for next turn. Oh, it's going to play a Pillar of Origins. That's interesting. What they probably choose the creature type spider. They are. I wonder if they're hunting for the achievement. There's the Marvel achievement right now. You have to cast like 50 spider spells or something. I wonder if that's what they're going for. Here we can activate the Harrier Strix, which is nice. We get to draw a card, then discard a card. I will ditch one of our Voracious Tome Skimmers. We get to put a counter on Kid Loki, make it a 2/2. Swing in for 3, set our opponent to 16. Not the craziest start we've had so far. But I think we'll be okay. Next turn, I think we just set up the Ray Fillet, so that way on the following turn, on turn 5, we can start activating its ability to remove a counter from a creature we control to draw a card. We find the Modern Age, which is pretty nice, but I am still just going to set up a Ray Fillet. Our opponent casts Radiant Destiny. Spider, as this enchantment enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 as long as you have... Oh, and as long as you have the City's Blessing, they also have Vigilance. Okay. We swing in for 3, so our opponent's at 13. I think they missed a land drop here. I don't remember who went. We went first, I think, actually. Maybe they didn't miss a land drop. Because I was surprised that they didn't replay Aunt May. Here they play a Bloodline Pretender. That's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of running shapeshifters in tribal decks. I think they're cool. I think it's cool tech. Anyway, here we're gonna play Fairy Vandal, and I'm just going. I was gonna say I'm just gonna cast the Modern Age, but does that really help us? Kid Loki is not big enough to swing on the ground. I can make it a 3/3 either with a Modern Age, or a 3/3 by using Ray Fillet, or a 3/3 by using the Mutagen token. But I have no way to make it a 4/4. I'm just going to cast the Modern Age. We will draw, then discard. Discard an island, that's fine. Buff our creatures. We go to combat. We'll swing 4 in the air. Set our opponent down to 10. Yeah, I don't have a way to get the Kid Loki through the Bloodline Pretender. Not yet. Next turn, when we draw, discard, it will become a 4/4. And then we can make it a 5/5 with the Mutagen token. But I don't know, what other blocker he may set up here. He's going to cast a Patchwork Banner. He's going to make his Bloodline Pretender a 5/5. So Kid Loki still can't connect to next turn. So we're just going to have to do this in the air. We're going to draw, then discard a card. We can discard this Kid Loki. Our Fairy Vandal and Kid Loki grow bigger. We can play out the Voracious Tome Skimmer. We will sacrifice our Mutagen token. Let's make Harrier Strix a 2/2. Our opponent's holding priority. Our opponent does have 3 mana available. There's a Spider-Man that has Flash for 3 mana. Is Spider-Man a spider hero? Or is he just a hero? He could be about to cast Spider-Man to the rescue. 3 mana, 3/2, Flash, Vigilance, Reach. I'm glad I looked it up. I thought it was a 2/3. So we could swing Fairy Vandal safely. Let's see if he flashes in Spider-Man to the rescue. There's probably other ones that have Flash too, but this one just came out with Marvel. This isn't from the Spider-Man set. It's Spider-Man to the rescue. Oh, I read him like a book, but also I forgot that it would come in bigger because of the Pillar of Origins and Patchwork Banner, which means I just missed out on 5 points of damage. I called it. I knew it from all of my time playing Limited, but I'm dumb. I'm dumb and completely ignored the fact that it's going to come in bigger. He's swinging in 7/7. It's kind of a lot of damage. Oh God, he almost swung in both. Swing in 7, we take 7, we go down to 13. We may lose this. I need a Fading Hope. I can start by activating Ray Fillet. I guess I start with the Opt. It's just 1 mana, right? We get the Scry, then we get to draw. We scry away an island. We draw into a Consider. Let's see if this can hit a Fading Hope. Throw away an island. Fading Hope, Fading Hope, Fading Hope. To Consider. We'll Consider again. Throw away an island. Fading Hope. It's a Harrier Strix. Okay, we can set up another blocker. Oh, the Harrier Strix. We can tap down his Spider-Man. How much damage is that? Who cares? Probably enough to get us close to lethal. If he doesn't get trample on his creatures, like, we're not dead. We set our opponent down to 4. That could have been lethal. If I had swung out last turn, that would have been lethal. Man, I knew the Spider-Man was coming. I knew it. I knew what he was going to cast. He's going to play out another spider that has reach. If he swings out at us, we can chump block with Kid Loki. Or we can block with Kid Loki. It's not really a chump. Is that a chump? I don't know. We sacrifice our Kid Loki. And that's fine. Do you think he has a second Spider-Man to the rescue? And would it matter? No. Just drawing a second card here matter. It does not. If he has 2 reach blockers, this should still be lethal. If he has another spider with flash, then... Oh, what is this? Arachnogenesis. 3 mana instant creates X 1/2 green spider creature tokens with reach, where X is the number of creatures attacking you. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by non-spider creatures. Yeah, we lose. We're going to consider in response to that. We don't have a counter spell though, so we don't have a way to counter this. Consider again. Yeah, that card was beating us every single time. Screw it, let's draw some more. He makes 5, 4, 5 spiders. That's crazy. All right, that is super good game. Oh, he made 5 or 6 spiders. And we can't deal damage to any of them. For 3 mana, that is a crazy combat trick. Even just them being 1/2s with reach. This has to be from the different set. Yeah, I was going to say, this isn't part of the main set. Wait, is this from... No, this has to be newer. This one that says Marvel. There's another symbol that kind of looks like a fist, which is like Marvel non-standard legal cards. I don't want to say it's Marvel Commander cards, but it almost is. That was a good game, though. That was cool. I threw it, though. I threw the game. I threw it. Again, if we had just swung out the turn before. Oh, actually, he may have been holding that already. If we had swung out the turn before. Anarcho-Genesis. No. Genesis. Oh, Arachnogenesis. 3 mana instant. If we had swung out the previous turn, there's a chance that he did already have this in hand the turn that he flashed in Spider-Man. If he did, he probably would have used this rather than Spider-Man. So I wouldn't have had lethal. But if I had swung out the turn that he flashed in Spider-Man, which I knew was going to happen, if I had swung out that turn, we would have connected for 5 more points of damage. And if he did not have the Arachnogenesis and only had the Spider-Man, then we would have won that match. But yeah, this is a different set symbol. But it's different still than... Oh, it is the Commander set. It is Marvel Superheroes Commander. Yeah, I was like, there's this other set symbol. This little like blocky image. Yeah, to me, it looks like a fist when you look at it. Almost looks like a sideways fist. But then... But you see, this is a different set symbol still than the one that just says Marvel. And I don't know if I can see. Is it listed here? I don't know how you would sort the cards to be able to see the Arachnogenesis. See, how would you know that this card is even in the game? Ah, there it is. Okay, it's listed further down. You got to scroll down. It's part of Marvel source material. That's the set. Oh, and these are all just old cards. I guess Arachnogenesis is an old card. I wasn't familiar with it. Yeah, here's Electro, which is really Massacre Girl. Shock with Shocker is cool. Final Showdown, Steel Shaper's Gift. Is this the first time we're getting this card? Choose your library for an equipment card. Reveal that card, put it in your hand, and shuffle. I think this is the first time we're having this card on Arena. Teferi's Protection. We already had that. 9 lives. This is Archangel of Thune. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I cared. I'm not going to use that card, I don't think. But I didn't, I don't know. I guess I wanted to just know the name of the set. Marvel Source Material. That was cool. That was a good game. That's a game that's worth putting into the YouTube video. Even if it is a loss, because it was a good game. Definitely a lot more interesting than just losing to Sheoldred. Definitely a lot more interesting than just losing to Sheoldred just sitting on the board. All right, this opening hand looks sick. We got our best turn 1 into turn 2 play, in theory. As long as our opponent does not play a Death Touch blocker. Should be a really strong turn 1 to turn 2. However, he's just mulliganed 2 times, or maybe 3. This match may not, this game's not happening. He's trying to combo us. And he did not draw into his combo pieces. You know, I was talking about that in one of the earlier games too. Well, I think that's game win number 8 for us. We're 9-3 with the deck already. So if we win this next one, that's kind of it. That's my stopping point. And we haven't really messed around with the deck list enough for me to like want to call it a new deck. The only change that we've made, it says we're on version 4 of the deck, but the only changes we made was after game 1, we swapped out the 2 copies of Super Intelligence for the 2 Harrier Strix. Oh, and then I forgot that we added a 3rd copy of Proph's Eidetic Memory when we cut the 2nd Unagi. And then we cut the final Unagi to add in the Commit to Memory. And our opponent scooped. I was taking too long to mulligan, I guess. Bro, people are lame. This was a really, really lackluster play session. Both of our last 2 wins lasted less than a minute. Look at that. 37 seconds. That was too much wait time for our opponent. He couldn't wait 30 seconds for me to mulligan. That's crazy. And then this dude mulliganed like a dozen times and just didn't find his combo. So that match lasted 39 seconds. Whereas the Spider-Man game that we just lost, that was a 9-minute game. It's kind of long for me. You know, it's kind of a long game. At least for best of 1 historic, like 6+ minutes is usually a long game for me. Usually by then we know who's going to win. But like, that was a good game. That was fun. I didn't even notice how long the match was because it wasn't super boring and we were just like staring at each other, both like top decking for 10 turns because you're playing mono black control and made me discard my whole hand. And now you're out of stuff to play from your hand too. And so we're just top decking back and forth. Anyway, that's our 10 wins. If we want, we could play some more. Try to get the 10 wins just with version 4 of the deck. From our first games before that, were any of these even like really worth watching? 2-minute game here. Not really. This one is this the landfall one? Yes. TSK, this would have been the person who was running the dragon. What do you call it? The Death Toucher with Reach and Vigilance. The Dragon Sniper. This would have been the guy with the Dragon Sniper. That one's cool to show off just how quickly we can win and just how good Fading Hope is. That one's not bad. The game up here against, I think this dude, Grimnar. Whoever had the Landfall deck. One of these games was good. And then the Spider-Man game was good. Fuck it. I feel like I haven't really played the deck yet. We're going to try to get 4 more wins. We're going to try to get our 10 wins, but with version 4 of the deck. Normally, I don't care. But so far, our games, they haven't been that impressive. I might want more footage for the YouTube video. So let's try to get 4 more wins. I'm pretty confident that the deck can do it, so why not? All right, our opponent's going first. This hand looks not super great, but we can keep it. Ew, they're playing life gain. What is this? Triple opt. Triple fairy vandal. Oh. Our opponent said hello. I was going to mute them for playing mono white life gain, but they just played short bow. 2 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has vigilance and reach. That's a card that I don't ever see anyone use. So maybe he is running something cool and different and not just mono white life gain. Emeritus of Truce. Okay, okay. 3 mana 3/3 cat cleric. When it enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token flying. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. So then he can activate Swords to Plowshares. He gave himself the flyer. That was the wrong play. You definitely wanted to give me the inkling, so then that way you can Swords to Plowshare my Fairy Vandal. Like, this is going to save you 2 points of damage, right? But like, you could have just completely exiled my creature. And that's definitely more valuable than just setting up a 1/1 blocker for yourself. I mean, I guess they have the Emeritus to block with now, thanks to the short bow. But still, I don't feel like that was the right play. Okay, you know what? Was second short bow in his hand, which I did not know about. I understand why he made the play. Is he about to put it on the Emeritus again? We'll say no blocks. We'll take 5. I don't think he wins this race. Does he? Maybe he does win this race. I don't know. We're going to play Fairy Vandal here. If we find Fading Hope, I think we win the game, but we need to find it. Scry this away. We draw a card. Our Fairy Vandals become bigger. And we don't have time to wait. So we need to cast second opt. Find another Voracious Skimmer, Tome Skimmer off the top. These are not the card that we are looking for. We need one of our Fading Hopes, or even Commit to Memory. That would also work. Our opponent plays Wilt Leaf Liege. I think this is the only Liege card that we have in the game. So many times I've tried looking for the Merc Liege, the blue-green one, and I swear it's not in the game. Merc Fiend Liege. Legality, not legal and historic, which means it's probably just not in the game. Yeah, I don't know why this one got reprinted in Foundations, but the others did not. Let's see. All right, nothing has changed, I don't think. We're gonna consider, we still want to find a bounce effect. Want to find a Fading Hope. Oh, there's a kid Loki. It's a little bit late for him. He didn't swing at us, even though he had the 6/6. If I wanted to be greedy, I could set up the Tome Skimmer here. Maybe I set up Kid Loki as a blocker, even though he's not going to grow bigger. Yeah, I think that's a move. Another Kid Loki. Fading Hope. No Fading Hope. Player land, we say no attacks. Come on, give me Commit to Memory. Give me Fading Hope. How many cards have we gotten rid of? We got 3 cards on the bottom of our library, 7 in the graveyard. Man, that's a lot. So if we have 3 in our library still, we've seen, realistically, we have like 38 cards left in our library. We've seen 22 cards so far. The Sentry. Golden Guardian. Really? This is a new Marvel card. It is a 4-mana 5/5 human hero with flying, vigilance, and indestructible that when it enters, you give your opponent the Void, which is a 5/5 flying indestructible horror villain that says the Void attacks each combat if able. It is interesting. The Sentry is like fairly high rated as far as cards go for limited. I really don't like it though. I really don't. We're going to play Ray Fillet here. We're going to activate its ability. We're going to remove a +1/+1 counter, I guess from our smallest Fairy Vandal. We'll draw a card, buff everything. It replaces the counter that we took. And this has to attack, so we swing just this thing. So, like, this has to attack every turn, right? Which means you can't use it as a blocker. And the Sentry does not die to this. So that's why the Sentry is good. However, if your opponent has removal for the Sentry, then all you did was give your opponent a free 5/5 flying indestructible creature. And that's a pretty beefy attacker. And in limited, a lot of the better removal are exile effects. Oh god, he's swinging out. What does Captain America say? 5 mana 4/4 lifelink. 5 mana 4/4 lifelink. Whenever Captain America attacks with a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control, that creature gains indestructible to end a turn. Emeritus can die, which is kind of cool. So I'm surprised you swung it at me. The Liege will die. I'll probably let this 6 connect. Interesting choice. Yeah. Oops is correct. Maybe he didn't realize that these grew bigger. But they had, so that was a weird choice. Oh, and there's the Fading Hope. See, and this is also what I'm talking about. So even though we don't have an exile effect, we have a bounce effect. We bounce the Sentry gone, and now we have an additional 5 flying in the air. And that's enough for lethal. I wasn't supposed to swing Kid Loki. Did I just throw the game? That was my oops. Misplay for a misplay. Okay, it was still lethal. Oh. Oops. Okay. We still got there. Hopefully he didn't think that I was trying to BM with that oops. That was legitimately a misplay. I did not need to swing that. But we got there. And like I said, that's why I don't like the Sentry. Yeah, there's a bunch of good exile effects in limited. Yeah, your opponent has to draft it, but still, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sentry. Giving your opponent a 5/5 flying indestructible, especially in limited, those are good stats. Even there's a decent amount of tap effects in limited as well. Like one of the better white cards allows you to tap down another creature. So like if my opponent plays a Sentry, they give me the Void, I can just tap down his Sentry and then connect for the damage with the Void. Or blue has Frozen in Ice. It taps down the Sentry and he can't be used to block anymore. And guess what? The Void is going to hit you in the face. Like, I don't like it. It feels like a very risky card to play. If your opponent has the right removal, you've just given them a 5/5 flyer with indestructible. It's a risky card. But in that same vein, if you have the Sentry plus an exile effect, you can play the Sentry and exile the Void. And now you have just like a really strong creature that you cast for 4 mana. That's it. Let's see. We need a creature, so we're going to consider now and try to hit a creature. We do not hit the creature, so we will cast the Modern Age next turn. Unless we top deck like a Fairy Vandal or a Kid Loki here. If we top deck one of those, we'll play it instead. If not, we go the Modern Age. We have the Fairy Vandal. Now, normally I don't hold it to flash in during my opponent's end step. However, our opponent's playing Rakdos colors. Rakdos is probably the best colors at creature removal. So I'm going to wait until our opponent's end step to flash in the Fairy Vandal and hope that their removal is at sorcery speed or that they have tapped out already. They're going to play Baron Strucker, Hydra Overlord, and now we can flash in the Fairy Vandal. This is a 3-mana 2/2 human villain. It says villain spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And whenever another villain you control enters, you may have it connive. Do this only once each turn. This card's pretty decent in limited. The connive effect is really, really nice. Being able to connive every turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature every turn. It's pretty strong. Question is, how strong do I think Baron is? Do I need a Fading Hope this? I'm going to play the Modern Age. We're going to draw, then discard. I will discard an island. Fairy Vandal will become a 2/3. I am going to Fading Hope the Baron. I'm a little bit concerned about the cost reduction. And we're swinging for 2 damage. Because if we let this stick onto the board, if we let this stay around for a turn, he could end up playing like 2 or 3 villains after. And our board presence isn't strong enough to deal with something like that. Not yet. We're going to ditch our second Prophesidetic Memory. Rakdos, while very good at creature removal, is terrible at enchantment removal. So this Prophesidetic Memory is not going anywhere. We can just play this. Oh. So we can safely play out this Prophesidetic Memory, and we don't have to hold up the second one. Give me 1 second. I think I just got an Amazon package. Here we're going to play the Modern Age. Discard a land. We go to combat. Prophesidetic Memory puts 3 +1/+1 counters on our Fairy Vandal, so we get to swing in for 6 damage. That is big damage. Yeah, I think I just got my hard drive delivered. I was recording a lot, and I mean a lot of footage for my Mythic Champion achievement, which again I did not reach. So I have like a lot of storage being used up for a video that is not ready to be made yet. Let's see. I have 2 folders, one for constructed, one for limited. Combined, it is 150 gigs of storage. 150 gigs of storage that I plan to use for one singular video. And guess what? Since I did not reach Mythic in Constructed, or because I didn't make it in Limited, I'm going to record a lot more footage for the second half. Oh my God. All right, we're going to discard an island. So yeah, it's already taking up 150 gigs of space. And the achievement just got reset. So I have a lot more footage that I'm going to have to record. Here we're going to sacrifice a mutagen. We're going to sacrifice a mutagen token. I'm going to put on the Vector Glider. And I'll put this counter from Prophesidetic Memory. I'll put it on the Ray Fillet. We just spread around our damage. Swing in for 7. Set our opponent down 5. I think this might be game. Our opponent definitely missed like 1 or 2 land drops. They had played an Ares God of War. 3 mana 4/3. Ares attacks each combat if able. Whenever an attacking creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand. Ares is cool. Hydra Troopers. This card gets... I see this card all the time in draft. It is a common, that's why. This says... It's a 3 mana 3/2 that says when it enters, create a 2/1 villain token with menace. But only if you have 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard. If you don't have those 2 cards in the graveyard, then you will mill 2 cards. Yeah, he's playing full Rakdos villains. Madam Mask is pretty good. Masters of Evil, not really. Avengers Under Siege, very good card. There's no board wipes really in the set. Let's see. It's about to connect for 10 damage. We'll say no blocks. This is one of the pseudo board wipes. This says the second part of the saga says deal 2 damage to each non-villain creature and each opponent. So that's one of the better board wipe effects. There's also like Mjolnir, one of them. You can pay, I think, 3 or 4 mana to discard it and then deal 2 damage to every creature. Maybe it's each creature that your opponents control. I'm not sure. But those 2 are like the only pseudo board wipes that are really available in the set. I guess there's also Thanos. There is Thanos, but Thanos is hard to activate his ability because it's a 5-color ability. And in limited, that's just not the easiest thing to, you know, achieve. All right, that was a good game. It was good for us. We're now 8-1. All right, 2 more wins. That's all we need. 8-1 is kind of insane. Even across all the versions of this deck, we are 12-3. That's an 80% win rate. 80% win rate is super cracked. And with version number 4 only, 8-1, that's 89% win rate. We're going first. We have a Kid Loki into the modern age. That's a great start. And then the second Kid Loki is good if our opponent's running removal. Yeah, this card, good card. All right, opponent plays a tap land. It is a gate. Do I have the balls to discard the second Kid Loki? Am I playing the Tome Skimmer next turn? Do I ditch? I'll ditch the opt. I think I want to play the Tome Skimmer next turn. Opponent plays Fog Bank. Interesting. They need to change the game so that way you get priority when you have Fairy Vandal in hand. Because we drew this for turn and it immediately activated our Saga, which meant that we drew our second card before I could even react and flash in my Fairy Vandal, which I might have wanted to do right now. So that way it could get the counter. We're going to set up the Tome Skimmer. Fog Bank is annoying. Fog Bank says prevent all combat damage that be dealt to and by this creature. So we don't have a great way to get through this. So we're going to have to go around the Fog Bank. Is our opponent about to miss a land drop? No, they have it. They just decided to wait for their second main phase to play it for some reason. Our Modern Age flips. That's real nice. We now have 3 creatures on the board. We're going to play out this Fairy Vandal because we need to go wide to get around the Fog Bank. And we're going to cast Opt. We don't need another Tome Skimmer, I don't think. Another Opt is actually kind of nice. So here we say no attacks. Next turn, we can get down Prophecydetic Memory. We can make this a 3/4. We can make this a 3/4. This will become a 3/4. In fact, we can make one of our creatures a 4/5. And we can start swinging. Our opponent's playing a lot of flyers too. Okay, I see you. I see you. Also, they should have played this at instant speed. Bay Bloom Trick. 3-mana instant, create 2 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying. When you do, tap target creature and opponent controls. They definitely should have played that during our first main phase. So here we'll play Prosthetic Memory. We draw a card. It's the Modern Age. It's pretty good. We're going to play the Modern Age here. We will discard... I was going to say we're going to discard Kid Loki, but... Actually, yeah. We're still going to discard Kid Loki. We'll hold on to the second Prosthetic Memory because he is running white. White could... White could have enchantment removal. Let's see, we have a 4/5, 3/4, 2/3. I don't think we swing yet. I'll say no attacks. His creatures can't grow bigger, so I don't want to offer him a trade right now. And if you're to like double block or triple block somewhere, he could have killed like our Tome Skimmer. He's going to draw a card with Spectral Sailor. We're going to draw and discard. I will... do I ditch the land? I will discard the land. I could just play out Ray Fillet. I don't hate it. We'll play this out. For combat, we'll make Tome Skimmer into a 3/4. See, for them to deal 4 damage, we're going to swing out here. He's going to use Fog Bank to block Kid Loki. And if he wants to triple block the Voracious Tome Skimmer, at this point, I'm okay with it. Because if he were to triple block Tome Skimmer just to kill it, then he only would have had one other chumper for one of our 4/5s. I think that was pretty good for us. As long as he doesn't board wipe us, we're chilling. We're in a really good spot. I'm not sure what his main win condition is. Have all of these been Foundations cards? They have all been Foundations cards. I think that we are picking on a new kid who is just using one of the starter decks. It's kind of rude of us. Let's consider. Ditch a consider. Kid Loki. Let's opt. Scry away an island. Draw another card. We'll activate Ray Fillet. We will remove a +1/+1 counter from Kid Loki. We will now opt again. Leave this consider on top. We will go to combat. We'll make Ray Fillet really big. And swing out. Fog Bank to block the 7/7. Makes sense. Inspiring Overseer to block the Kid Loki. We still got a 4/5 and a 3/4 for him to block. Oh, and I forgot about the 5/6 Fairy Vandal. Okay, he blocks, but leaves his Dazzling Angel up. I don't remember what the top end is supposed to be for their deck. It's a Stasis Snare. He's going to exile the Ray Fillet. See that? You see that? He could have exiled the Prosthetic Memory, and that's why I held on to the second copy. We can Mystic Sanctuary. We can put a Consider back on top of our deck. So we can go Consider. Take this Consider. Consider again. Get rid of that island. Draw a card. Play the Harrier Strix. Our opponent says, good game. When this enters, we get tapped down the Fog Bank. Go to combat. Swing out. Our opponent says no blocks. He's had enough. That's game. All right, GG. Yeah, I'm not sure what the win con is in that deck. Starter deck duel. This is what I was looking for. Arcane Aerialists. I think he was just playing this deck. Spectral Sailor. We saw those. We saw the Dazzling Angel. We saw one of the Stasis Snares, the Fey Bloom trick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was it. So, Lyra Dawnbringer. That's not bad. He didn't see like any of his top end though. We didn't see the Lyra. We didn't see Curator of Destinies come out. Didn't even see Sarah Angels come out, which would have been decent blockers if he had gotten it perfectly on curve. Didn't see Giada. There's the Fog Banks. He didn't even find the Empyrean Eagle. Bummer. Oh well, we take it. A dub is a dub. We are now 9-1 with the deck. That's insane. Let's see if we can get win number 10 with the deck, which is really... This would be win number 14 with the deck, because we are currently 13-3 with all the versions of the deck. That is an 81% win rate. And with version 4, we are 9-1, 90%. Our opponent has the Young Avenger title. I have the full Avenger one. I've already completed all of the Avenger achievements, which is not really surprising because, like I said, I played probably like 500 games of sealed with the Avenger cards. So I accomplished all of them. The only one that I had not fully completed by the time I even looked at the achievements was casting the like 50 spider spells. Because I think in the Marvel set, there's only like one good spider. There might only be one spider. It's that Spider-Man that had Flash that we played against. And I don't draft that card every time I see it. I haven't really liked it that much. It's a decent card. Haven't liked it. Yeah, so I had only cast like 8 or 9 spider spells by the time I went to go look at the achievements. Our opponent's going first. They may not be here. Their dog also just threw up on the carpet. They also have the runs. They got to go find a toilet. Right, meow. Well, if we get another free win, that's it. We're going to take it. This will be win number 10. Now, the question is, do I want to stream some draft? Or I just want to make a YouTube video. Could do both, but I think if I end up streaming limited, I don't know if it's worth it. I'm not a very good limited player, so I don't think anyone really benefits from watching me play. I've only been playing limited for a week. I never touched limited ever. I was only doing it to get the achievement. So I legit have only been playing limited for a week, and a week is not long enough to become a highly skilled draft player. It's not. If you ask anyone who's like really good at drafting, if you were to go to any of them and be like, hey, can I become as good as you in a week? They would probably fucking laugh at you. They'd probably laugh. And our opponent is here. It looks like they are playing a Rakdos Villains deck. We're going to play Fairy Vandal here and pass. Yeah, So even though I played a lot of games, I'm not a good player still not a good drafter. And in fact, that is proven by the fact that I had to play so many games and still failed to hit Mythic. As a good player, they would have hit Mythic long ago. Here we're going to play out Kid Loki and Fairy Vandal. And I think I have to burp. Oh. I did. That was just for you guys. Next turn, if we hit a land, that'd be really great. The Hydra Assault Robot, I actually really like. I think this card would be sick in artifact decks. This is a 2-mana 1/3 robot villain that says, whenever another villain and or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. I've lost a couple limited games to this card. And or a second copy of it. And then this opponent's also playing Baron Strucker again. But we hit land number 4, which is sick, and I was excited for that because we get to play out the second Fairy Vandal and the Prof's Eidetic Memory. So all of these will get a +1/+1 counter. We go to combat. I can put another counter on something. We put it on the Fairy Vandal. We swing in for 3 in the air, set our opponent to 19. If we had put it on the Kid Loki, there's a chance that he double blocked there, and I did not want to lose the Kid Loki to a double block. He casts Gaia's Blessing, interesting and odd choice. Then he plays an Agents of Hydra. That makes more sense to have in the deck. Don't know why he has the Gaia's Blessing. I don't know how many mill decks he has gone up against since building his villains deck. Apparently it's a lot. And he tosses away a Damnation, which is concerning. I don't know if he threw it away because he already has one in hand, or if he just really thinks that he can win this fight for the board. But I don't think he's going to win the fight for the board. And if he has a board wipe, we have no way to counter it. So that's going to be a problem. We'll take this opt here. We've drawn what? 1 additional card. We can make Kid Loki a 4/4 when we go to combat. We don't want to swing at our opponent. They're running Agents of Hydra. Whenever this dies, it replaces itself with a 2/1 with Menace. I think we're fine to opt again here. Second Voracious Tome Skimmer. I'm going to leave that on top just in case our opponent does have a board wipe. At least we'll have a creature to play after. We'll go to combat. We'll swing 9 in the air. We set our opponent down to 10. All right, we've set him up for a 2-turn lethal. He's swinging out. I think he has the Damnation, which means that we want to block Agents of Hydra, and we can block the Baron too. Unless he has a different combat trick, but I think he just has a board wipe. So we want to block Agents of Hydra so it dies, and then that way the token that it makes will come onto the board before he wipes it. You say go ahead and draft. It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter, actually. With the season resets, I was in Diamond 2 or 3. He did have the second Damnation in hand. I was in Diamond 2 or 3, so I got reset to Gold 3, I think. Maybe Gold 4. I don't know. Somewhere in Gold. And climbing out of Gold is super easy. Do I want the Harrier Strix? I will take it. Play out the Harrier Strix. When it enters, we can tap down one of the lands. But yeah, when you're in Gold and you win, you fill out 2 of the little like tabs at the bottom of the rank. So losing in Gold really doesn't matter. You'd have to lose twice for every win that you get to like lose progress. No, if you lost twice and won 1, you wouldn't even lose progress. You would just still be in the same spot. Top deck an island. That was unlucky. Yeah, I'll play some draft. I'll do it. Our opponent is able to cast Virtue of Persistence. That's concerning. This says at the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. I assume he's probably going to take back his villains. He could take one of our creatures, though. Here we're going to consider. Get rid of an island. And we draw onto another island. That's a big bummer. I think I leave this one in hand. We want to keep this island in hand in case we top deck the Modern Age. That way, when we draw, then discard a card, we can just discard this island in case we draw into a good card off of that. We go to combat, we get a +1/+1 counter on the Voracious Tome Skimmer, swing in for 3, set our opponent down to 5, and we end the turn. Question is, what does he grab with the Virtue of Persistence? He probably grabs a flying blocker. He grabs the Harrier Strix. He's going to tap our Prof's Eidetic Memory. That's hilarious. But he can activate the Harrier Strix to draw then discard because he has the World Tree out. So as long as you control 6 or more lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. It's actually a good pick from him. He then plays out a Madam Hydra. 4 mana, 2/3. Whenever you cast a villain spell, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. This is interesting. We can have a very cool... Oh, we can almost have a really cool 2-turn lethal. How do I do this? I can bounce the Harrier Strix. I can put this into our own library second from the top. That allows us to swing in with the Voracious Tome Skimmer for 3 damage. But then at the beginning of combat, he's going to grab another flyer. So does it really matter? I don't know. I'll swing in for the 3. I'll set our opponent down to 2. He's going to grab a flyer here. We would need this top card to be like an additional draw effect. We need this top card of our library to be an opt or a consider, and we win the game. It's an island. If I cast Memory, there's a chance we win this. All right, we're going to say good game to our opponent. We're going to see if we can win this. We're going to cast Memory. 6 mana sorcery with Aftermath. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards. If we find a Fading Hope, we win the game. Everyone shuffles everything back. Everyone gets 7 cards. He may also have instant speed removal. We buff his Fairy Vandal, which is really our Fairy Vandal. It becomes a 2/3. This is the really cool part. Oh, actually, we have the Harrier Strix. Let's play this now. We'll tap down the Fairy Vandal. We go to combat. Prof's Eidetic Memory is going to put 7 +1/+1 counters on the Voracious Tome Skimmer, and he concedes before we get to throw the counters on. And apparently, he did not have instant speed removal with his fresh hand of 7. No instant speed removal. But man, we are about to throw on the 7 counters with Prof's Eidetic Memory onto the Voracious Tome Skimmer. And it could have been even more. We could have opted in response to that still. Or maybe not in response to that. I think it would have been too late. I don't know if that would continue to grow. But damn, we're about to swing with a 10/11 Voracious Tome Skimmer. That was going to be cool. Well, that was dope. I'm glad that worked out. I'm glad that we got to see Memory be cast. And with that, we have win number 10 with this version of the deck. But win 14 overall. Overall, against the 4 versions of the deck as we were tweaking it, we went 14-3. That is an 82% win rate, which is absolutely fucking insane. But then with version 4 specifically, we went 10-1, 91% win rate. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. You can't do this with most decks. I don't care how many rares you throw in the deck. I don't care what tier of deck you think you're running. Going 10-1 with any deck is insane. And very, very unlikely. But that's dope. And that gives us the 10 wins we were looking for. So in that case, let's see, it's been 2.5 hours. I'm going to take my dogs out real quick. And then we will play some limited. Let's do pick 2. Pick 2 is a lot faster than Premier. All right, I'm back. Let's do some drafting. So yeah, something that's nice about the reset, like I said, I am in gold, which means losing, not as big of a deal. And that means that I can experiment with my drafting a little bit, which is nice. Because I won't lie, I was trying to force, and I was forcing Azorius. Azorius has been the strongest color combination for Marvel. Definitely has been. White is the strongest color by a mile. The like top 3 color combinations all include white. It's like Azorius, Selesnya. I don't even know. I almost want to say Boros, but I don't think Boros is that strong. Let me see what the third best is. No, Boros is number 5. It goes Azorius. This is according to Untapped. It goes Azorius, Selesnya. So both of them include white. Then you have Simic, Golgari, and then Boros. So 3 out of the top 5 color combinations have white. Ooh. Now, this is a heater of a card that I have not gotten to play with yet. Jennifer Walters. This card's crazy. This is one of the cards that I was most excited about when they were doing reveals before the set came out. Jennifer Walters is a 2-mana 2/3 human advisor hero that says your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. For 6 mana, you can transform her. She becomes the Sensational She-Hulk. It is a 6/6 with reach and trample that says your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. And whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you may have the Sensational She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target, do this only once each turn. She's cool, and she's very good, and I haven't gotten to use her yet. And then since we're grabbing her, I'm gonna grab the Web Up. Web Up and Super Villain Lockup. These are 2 of the reasons why white is so strong. White has all of the best removal in the game right now. Cruel Alliance, this is good removal. Trickster Stratagem, one of the better removal cards as well, but this is in blue. And again, Azorius is the best. And these are good examples of why. We could probably end up splashing the green to transform Jennifer Walters. I really don't want to start with Azorius though. I'm just going to grab Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. here. I'm kind of tempted to grab Gorilla. A lot of the best removal, they are enchantment cards. They are Web Up. It is Super Villain Lockup. And Gorilla is one of the few ways to destroy enchantments in the game. So that was tempting because I think we may end up going Selesnya ourselves. Multiversal Incursion. This card's crazy if you can get it off late game. 7 mana sorcery for each non-token creature you control. Create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it isn't a legendary. And that's really important because there's so many legendary creatures in this set. Atlantis Attack. This one's a common. You see this one pretty frequently. The game really wants me to play Azorius. It does. I'm going to grab a Shield Spy Kit. And I guess the Multiversal Incursion. Dude, it so badly wants me to play Azorius. Murdoch's Crusade gets passed to me. Burrow Backup and Aim Scientist. These are both pretty similar. They both have land cycling, but I would say I like the Burrow Backup more. For 5 mana, you create 2 3/2 white hero creature tokens with Vigilance. 5 mana to create 2 bodies. Pretty good. Quake. I like Quake. I think she's very cool. I would build around this card. But she's not super highly rated. Gorilla comes back in case we do want to go, in case we do get our splash of green going. Kang is pretty cool. And then the Red Hulk is a nice bomb for, you know, just decent late game bomb. Ah, man. When I say the game really wants us to go Azorius right now, like it really does. I don't even have to force it. These are 4 crazy cards for Azorius are in this pack. The Avengers Hanger, so that way we have a dual color land. Shield Deployment Drone is Potentially the best card in the entire set. Falcon Winged Wonder is also great. This is a 5-drop, 3/4 flying, and when it enters, you create another 1/1 flyer. You get Red Wing, and when Red Wing attacks, you get to surveil one. And then you have the Sentry. And we just played against someone in Constructed using the Sentry. But I said I'm not the biggest fan of this card because it is risky. And I still think that's true. I'm going to take Falcon over the Sentry. And we'll grab the Shield Deployment Drone because, again, it's the best card in the set, really. Which means we are pretty locked into Azorius. Here we get a Brave Brawler and a Wiccan. Wiccan I like. Wiccan's a 5-mana 4/4 flyer. Flyers are just good in the set in general. They're just good. But it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, exile another target, non-land, non-token permanent, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. That can be good for a bunch of reasons. Here we're going to grab Raft Security Officer. Again, one of the best cards in the set. And Avengers Tower. Avengers Tower is going to be really good. This is what we need. We need effects like this to be able to transform our She-Hulk. Because Avengers Tower says tap, add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a hero spell or activate an ability of a hero source. So that will allow us to get the green that we need to transform Jennifer Walters into the sensational She-Hulk. So we really don't have to worry about splashing another color. We can grab Surveillance Room here. This has mana filtering. And I'll grab Giant Size Flying Ant. We could grab a second Security Officer. I don't think it's necessary. I think 1 is usually good enough for a deck. I have had games where I've gotten 2 copies of Security Officer out on the field, and it's really strong. Can't deny it. But I think 2 is fine. And we're definitely lacking in like 4 drops. And Giant Size Flying Ant is one of my favorite cards from the set. It's just a 4-mana 3/2 with Flash Flying. When it enters, you can tap or untap non-land permanent. Comes in pretty handy, works as a combat trick, or can, just tap down an important blocker that your opponent has so you can connect for damage, connect for lethal. Something like that. Does a lot of good stuff. Here we'll grab Take Up the Shields, it's a good protection spell, and Bold Biochemist. Bold Biochemist is a good late game top deck. For 6 mana, you can play it. You'll get a 2/3 creature. And you also get to draw 2 cards. The draw 2, very important. Dude, there's so many heaters right now. This is crazy. We just got past Shield Flying Car. This is a rare, so it's not one that I've gotten to play around with a lot. We got Captain America Living Legend, great card. And also Frozen in Ice, the best. I would say this is second best removal spell in blue. I think we're good on 3-drop creatures. I think I'm going to pass on the Captain America. Frozen in Ice, we definitely need to take. And like I said, I don't really get to play with Shield Flying Car. I've seen Captain America and gotten to play with him a decent amount. So I'm okay passing on that. Dude, Helicarrier Strike gets passed to me too. Yeah, when I start grinding later, I'm hoping that with the season reset, a lot of newer people are finally getting... Yeah, I'm just hoping that a lot of newer players are getting back into the drafting for this set, because this is crazy. This will not happen in like Diamond. I would not have seen like half of these cards. They would have been snap picked. But I guess down here in Gold, not everyone knows yet. Yeah, this is an insane rating. The Draftsmith from Untapped says that if we go with this Azorius decklist, it's got a rating of 1203. Anything above 1,000 is impressive. 1203 is fucking crazy. All right, let's see what it recommends for the deck. Oops. Yeah, this deck is just cracked. I wouldn't make any changes either. The only thing that I would maybe consider dropping is the Sentry. But we do have answers for the Void should we lose the Sentry. We've got Frozen in Ice. That can get rid of the Void, or effectively get rid of it. Web Up can get rid of the Void. Supervillain Lockup can get rid of the Void. And Murdoch's Crusade can get rid of the Void. Dude, our removal in this deck is fucking crazy. Yeah, this is super filthy. Dope. Okay, so assuming we do not misplay too much and don't get like, I don't know, screwed on mana, don't flood out, don't get mana screwed. I'll be honest, a draft like this should be a 4-0. It should. All of this is just insane. This is a little bit of a slower start. We don't really have a turn 2 play. We're not doing anything until turn 3. Shield Flying Car. 3 mana, 3/3 flash flying. When it enters, exile up to one target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Is that good enough? If we do nothing for 2 turns, we could just web up on turn 3. Get rid of whatever our opponent has developed. They are going first. It's unlikely that they have like a really aggressive deck. Oh, and we find a 2-drop anyway. All right, we're fine. Yeah, there's not a ton of aggro decks out there right now. Most games that I've played, they've gone until like, bro, turn 10 plus. So we didn't really have to worry about aggro, even with our opponent going first. They were also playing Azorius. So we'll see if their Azorius deck is as cracked as ours, because ours is pretty insane. Oh, never mind. They have black as well. There's their web up. They're going to exile our Jennifer Walters. It's pretty rude. And so in response, I'm going to web up their web up. And we're going to get our Jennifer Walters back. We did find our Avengers Tower, which is good. That means we will have access to the green mana to transform her. Opponent's going to cast Thirst for Knowledge. 3 mana instant, draw 3, then discard 2, unless you discard an artifact card. Oh god, our opponent's running 4 colors. Never mind, this dude's crazy. I don't know what he's built around, but apparently it's everything. He could have like drafted Thanos or something, like right out the gate and just gone 5 colors. Let's see. What do I want to do here? I could just play Aim Scientists. We'll play this. When it enters, it connives. So we'll get to draw a card, then discard a card. I think I'm going to discard the Burrow backup. We need to keep the land. And because we discarded a non-land card, Aim Scientist becomes a 4/4. We need 2 more lands to be able to transform Jennifer Walters, which I really, really want to do. Our opponent is going to use Murdoch's Crusade to exile our Aim Scientist. That's fine. He's also going to cast Vision of Love. This is not a card that you see get drafted very often, which surprises me. It's 2 mana for an instant. You may sack an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw 2. Like, a card doesn't seem that bad to me, but no one ever drafts it. It always makes it to like the final rounds. Yeah, because draw is really powerful in this set, but not this card. This card is booty butt cheeks, according to everyone. All right, they equip their Shield Spy Kit to their Pet Avengers, which is 4/4 with reach. So it's now 5/5. We hit land number 6. We can now transform Jennifer Walters, make her a 6/6. With trample and reach, we swing her at our opponent's face. They probably just eat the 6 damage, which is a lot of damage to eat. Which they do, they go down to 11. See, we have 10 damage on the board. So, let's see. Shield Flying Card, when it enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control. That doesn't really help us right now. However, it does help with Wiccan. They're going to swing the Pet Avengers at us. We're going to take the 5 damage. We'll say no blocks. When we cast Shield Flying Car, we will be able to exile the Pet Avengers. Ooh, actually. We're going to need 2 turns for lethal anyway, right? I kind of want to set up the sentry. We're going to play the sentry. And the raft security officer. We'll say no attacks. Next turn, what we can do, we can cast Shield Flying Car. That will trigger Wiccan. Wiccan allows you to exile another target non-land, non-token permanent. I was just kidding. I was going to say we're going to exile the Void and it'll just disappear. But we cannot. It's fine. It's fine. The Void has to swing here anyway. Which we just chump block with a sentry. Actually, if his last card is not a combat trick, we could block with the Sensational She-Hulk. She-Hulk says, whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you may have the Sensational She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target. Oh my god, it's any creature and any target. So when we chump with the sentry here, we're going to have 5 damage that we can just redirect somewhere. Let's just kill Thor. And our opponent scoops. Yeah. Yeah, I would scoop to that. This is why She-Hulk is so crazy. This is why I was really excited to see her in the previews. She's crazy. But yeah, we were just going to kill Thor there. Next turn, we could cast Shield Flying Car. Use the Wiccan trigger to bounce his Pet Avengers. Exile it until the beginning of the next end step. And then we could even use a Raft Security Officer to tap down his Undercover Scroll. He'd have no blockers. We'd have 10, 15 damage to swing at him. Yeah, we were like super far ahead in that game. It was not even kind of close. All right, that is 1-0. And my throat's hurting me a little bit. Let me grab some water. Yeah, I think this is going to be an easy 4-0. I do. I think it is. Or it should be. All right. I'm going up against Emesis 31, who has the title Dauntless Drafter. I don't know what it takes to get that title, but apparently there's someone who plays draft. So let's see what they've got. Turn 2, we're just going to pass. We've got black and green so far. They're going to cycle away their Savage Land Dinosaur. I don't know if I want to cycle away our Burrow backup right now. We're already at 3 lands. 3 lands is pretty good already. We'll keep it. And we draw land number 4. So yeah. We're going to play out Shield Deployment Drone here. 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you make a 1/1 soldier token. This is like I said, this is probably the best card in the entire set. And it's a common, which is dope. Opponent plays a Ninja of the Hand. Do I want to set up Quake? I'm going to set up Quake. We'll go to combat. We'll swing 2 in the air. Quake, Agent of Shield, is a 3-mana 3/3 that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, tap target creature or land. Next turn, I think I may end up casting Burrow backup. Oh, he swings Ninja of the Hand. We say no blocks. Does he have a pump spell? No? Okay. And he's going to play Electra, Daughter of the Hand. That's going to destroy our Quake. That's a bummer. Okay, this is fine. We're going to swing 2 in the air. We're going to set our opponent down to 16. We have a Take Up the Shield in hand, and we have a Supervillain lockup. We're probably going to cast both of these during our opponent's turn. They're going to cast Hydra Infiltration, which makes us discard 2. I will discard the Burrow backup. Oop. And Murdoch's Crusade. Actually, let's see. Whenever creature you control attacks alone, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. That's fine. Murdoch's Crusade can destroy that enchantment, but I'm not that concerned about it. Whenever he swings here, he's swinging just Electra. We can supervillain lock up Electra. She's exiled. We still lose a life, and they still gain a life from their enchantment, but that's not that big a deal. Ooh, the Wiccan is kind of nice. So next turn, our opponent could have 5 mana. They could power up Ninja of the Hand, which will make us discard a card. So if we play Wiccan here, they'll make us discard, take up the shield. But setting up a 4/4 flyer, it's pretty good. Swing in our 2/2, set our opponent to 15. And if they have another removal spell in hand, they probably use it to kill Wiccan, like they are right now. Which means that they will not make us discard with Ninja of the Hand. Say no blocks. We go down to 14, our opponent goes up to 16. Here we can swing in for 3, set our opponent to 13. Oh yeah, I knew this was coming too. They're gonna activate Ninja of the Hand to make us discard. We'll just take up the we'll just cast and take up the shield to make this indestructible. Maybe I should have kept Murdoch's. Should have kept Murdoch's Crusade. Let's see. I mean, we get a swing in for 4 damage here. We're both at 10. So you have more removal for Patriots. Maybe like a Widow's Bite or something. Red Room Recruit. They're going to connive. Patriot says, pay 2, tap this. Another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains hexproof until end of turn. It's very good against protecting your other creatures from removal. Our opponent has Punishing Punch. That sucks. I was going to say, it's also really good at buffing up your flyers for damage. Oof. We're going to activate Avengers Tower. Look at the top 3. And reveal a hero card from among them. Put into our hand. Say no attacks, end the turn. We find the Sentry, which is good. If our opponent swings Ninja of the Hand here, we can pay 2, tap Patriot to make our 1/1 into a 3/1 blocker and trade with Ninja of the Hand. And that would be good. But I need him to not have a removal spell. Actually, I needed him to not have super strength. That's much worse. 7, 5. I think we lose this game. I can double block here. We can pay the 2 to buff this, but it's still not even enough damage. And we don't have enough toughness. Huh. I really did not respect the Hydra Infiltration. Keeping the take up the shield really didn't do anything to help us. If I had kept the Murdoch's Crusade, I could have gotten rid of Infiltration. I may have thrown that game. Well, good to know for the future. Again, better to take the losses here in gold, where the losses don't really matter. But that is a bummer. Again, I was really hyping this up as a 4-0. But, hey, operator error. It happens. It's not that the deck could not have won that match. It's that I discarded the wrong card. Oh, well. Anyway, we're in another game, and we have Jennifer Walters on turn 2 again, which is hype. 2 mana, 2/3. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Is already a strong effect. Opponent's going to play Claim the Kingdom. This card's actually pretty strong. It's a 2-mana enchantment plan. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And then once this has been activated for the 4th time, you can sack it. You do sack it. Not you may sack it. You do sack this enchantment, and you put an indestructible counter on target creature you control, which is pretty nice. We're going to miss a land drop, so I'm going to cycle away, burrow, back up. We're going to grab another Plains. Play that for turn, swing in for 2 with Jennifer Walters, and end the turn. We're able to hold up a Helicarrier Strike, which is 1 mana instant. This is deal 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. It also has Teamwork for 2, so I can tap another creature with power 2 or more. And then this will deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature instead of just the 2. Our opponent is going to pay 2, discard their Masters of Evil to search the library for a plan card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. They grab Construct a Cosmic Cube. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace and put a plan counter on this. Once this has 7 counters, which is a lot, and I've never seen anyone activate the second half, sacrifice enchantment. When you do, you control target opponent during their next turn. I've never seen anyone get that off in in limited. I didn't realize we're at 4 lands, and I just got distracted because I heard some like crashing noise from my dog. Oh, that was weird. It wasn't my dogs. My dogs, they have metal crates. Like, yeah, just look, regular metal dog crates. The back side of the crate just fell inward. That was the noise that I heard. Really weird, really random. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. But I will go fix it after this draft. I think I'm only going to do the 1 draft. Maybe a second one. We'll see how fast this goes for the 4 matches. Oh, we've already taken a loss. We'll see how, yeah, we'll see how long this draft goes. So again, I did misplay by not playing the Sentry last turn. So here we're going to go to combat. We're going to swing in for 3. We'll play the Sentry. When this enters, our opponent gets the Void. And if our opponent is able to remove our Sentry right now, we would have essentially given our opponent a free 5/5 flyer. It's a lot of damage. It's really scary. And he's going to be able to buff it with Claim the Kingdom. However, we have 2 answers for that worst case scenario. We have a Frozen in Ice and a Supervillain lockup to be able to permanently get rid of the Void. So yeah, worst case scenario, we do have an answer. We should only have to take 1 hit from the Void. They're looking at the Sentry. They're in Jund colors. I don't think they have an exile effect for the Sentry. They do have an exile in black, actually. There's a black removal spell for 3 mana. This is exile target creature. Cruel Alliance, that's the one. So you see, this is why I don't like the Sentry. If we did not have an exile effect in our hand, then we just gave them a massive 6/6 flyer, just big scary creature for no reason. But luckily we do have Supervillain lockup in our hand. We're going to cast this and we'll exile the 6/6. We'll now go to combat, swing in for another 3 damage. Set our opponent to 13 and end the turn. We're in a pretty good spot. If our opponent has any kind of removal spell, we have Take Up the Shield to protect us. And if they play a threat like Khazar of the Savage Land, which is a pretty good threat, we have removal for next turn with Frozen in Ice. Khazar is a 3/2. This says you may look at the top card of your library any turn or any time, and you can play lands from the top of your library. And when he enters, you also get Zabu, which is a 2/2 cat with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So from here, what's the move? We could frozen and ice one of these. Khazar is only going to keep growing because of Claim the Kingdom, but Zabu can just grow on its own. I guess we get rid of the cat. I will swing just Jennifer Walters. They probably take the 2 damage here. If they're familiar with the set, they know Helicarrier Strike is a real concern. And so is Take Up the Shield. He's thinking about blocking. He's reading all of our cards. He's wondering what trick I may be up to. If he blocks with Khazar, that's great for us. We can cast Take Up the Shield. We make Jennifer Walters a 3/4 with Indestructible and Lifelink. That trades. We're in a good spot. Our hand is looking a little bit low on gas, but we have Bold Biochemist. We can pay 6 mana to power it up, and that will let us draw 2 cards. Our opponent plays Claw, Sonic, Subjugator. We're going to have to discard a card. If we could find one of our special lands to be able to transform Jennifer Walters, that would be ideal. Giant Size Flying Ant isn't a bad card to see here. It's not bad. We get to set up the flying blocker, or the flying attacker, which is kind of nice. Yeah, we'll play this. We're going to play Giant Size Flying Ant. It's 3/2 of flying. When it enters, we'll be able to tap down his Swordsman. So we get rid of his 3/3 blocker. He's holding up priority from something. He could have a combat trick. He could have a giant growth. I can't remember if he was tapped out last turn when we swung. Because he's getting priority from something. He could have Widow's Bite. That could put -2/-2 on one of our creatures. Or give one of his creatures Death Touch. Or both. I'm going to swing the Jennifer Walters. We'll see if he has the combat trick. We go to timer. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if he's left. Or if he really, really, really has to consider whether or not he's using this final card in his hand. You've got 2 mana. Okay, he takes the 3 damage. That was weird. All right, he's going to play Kree Sentinel. It's 5/5 with reach. Okay, does he have a land? Okay, he does. Plays the 4th land. Puts a +1/+1 counter on Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel. And he puts the Indestructible counter from Claim the Kingdom onto it as well. Swings is 4/4. We say no blocks. We take the 4. We go down to 19. Ooh. Top deck Falcon, which is pretty nice. We'll play Falcon Winged Wonder. When it enters, we get Red Wing. Next turn, we can swing with Red Wing, get the Surveil 1, and then we can activate Bold Biochemist to draw 2 cards. So we can Surveil once before we draw 2, which is pretty nice. Oh, our opponent plays Killmonger. Killmonger is one of the better cards in the set as well. On ETB, you can sack a creature. And then, or you can sack, I think, on permanent. No, you can sack another creature and then destroy target non-land permanent. So he sacked whatever we had frozen under the ice. No, we didn't have Khazar frozen under the ice. What did he just sacrifice? Was it Khazar? I thought we got rid of his cat. Oh no, it was the cat token. That was frozen in ice. Okay. And yeah, he destroyed our Jennifer Walters, which is fine. He swings his 4/4. We'll say no blocks. We take the 4. We go down to 15. We'll go to combat. We'll swing just the Red Wing because he does have a reach blocker. Shield Spy Kit. That doesn't really help us right here. We're going to surveil that away. Go to blockers. We see if he blocks the 1/1. He does. Red Wing dies. That's okay. And now we draw 2 cards with Bold Biochemist. This Kree Sentinel is a little bit of a problem. Murdoch's Crusade can get rid of it. Raft Security Officer can eventually tap it down. Web Up is removal for it. I kind of want to draw this Multiversal Incursion. I don't think I've ever drafted it before. I've maybe drafted it once. I've only ever seen one person cast this against me. But it was cool when it went off and it was really strong. For each non-token creature you control, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it isn't a legendary. That's nice. They're swinging 9 at us. 9 is kind of a lot of damage. I'll say no blocks. Take the 9, we'll go down to 6. Shield the Flying Car. Okay, 3 mana, 3/3 flash flying vehicle. When it enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So if we go to combat during our opponent's turn, they swing at us. We declare Falcon as a blocker. We flash in the Flying Car. It bounces Falcon. Falcon re-enters at the end step. We get Red Wing back. Or we use Shield Flying Car. We bounce the giant-sized Flying Ant. When that enters at the end step, we can tap down Kree Sentinel. We have 6/9 damage in the air. Oh, we'd be 1 short from lethal. We have 7 mana. We can play Aim Scientist here. When it enters, it connives. So we'll draw and then discard and get rid of the island. If I swing both of these now. No. Say no attacks, we end the turn. Yeah, I think we have to bounce Falcon. Damn, now I want the Shield Spy Kit. That'd be the final 10th point of damage that we'd need. But if we had left that on top, would we still have seen Shield Flying Car? I think we would have. This is tough. This is really close to the wire. He's hovering 2 of his creatures a lot. Yeah, he's looking at everything a lot. Okay, he's casting Go Nuts right now. I guess this doesn't ruin our plans too much, but it does force our hand. We'll cast the Shield Flying Car. We will exile our Falcon in response to his fight spell. He swings out here, we chump with Aim Scientist and Bold Biochemist, so we don't die. Pass to attackers. We can crew up the Shield Flying Car. He swings just the Swordsman. Does he swing the Killmonger? He should. I would. There you go. We go down to 2. He could have a Lightning Strike in hand. Shield Flying Car returns Falcon back. Go to our turn. Ah, man. We were really fucking close. I just needed to tap down this Kree Sentinel, and this could have been game. If I swing Red Wing now, I only have 1 blocker up for next turn if I swing out. 3, I don't know, man. This all sucks. If I activate Avengers Tower, look at the top 3, find a hero. Who could we find? Patriot, Brave Brawler. There's only 2 that we could play. I'm gonna swing the Red Wing again. We'll surveil 1 shield deployment drone. It's a good card, but it's not gonna win us the game. Not from this position. He blocks Red Wing. Yep. And we end the turn. Oh, actually, we lose. I couldn't swing at all. He has 4 creatures on the board. We only have 3 flyers, or we only have 3 blockers. Well, we ended up going 2-2. No, we went 1-2. Oh my god, we didn't even win 2 games with that? That's crazy. All right, I'll do 1 more. That's crazy. See, a draft like that, for a good player, I'm telling you, that should have been 4-0. I don't think we got super unlucky or anything either. And I don't think our opponent's decks were super crazy. Killmonger is a really good card to have. Game 2, that was my throw, and I guess we did win game 1. See, speaking of an insane card, there's Killmonger. All right, I'm gonna grab the Killmonger this time. And I like Ninja of the Hand. I do. See, and now good drafters, they don't commit to color super early. I think I am already going to commit to Golgari just for the Killmonger. Those other people are crazy. Dude, someone could be running Azorius and they'll be like, oh yeah, and I'm just going to splash in black and green to fit in Killmonger because this card's so good. Like, these people are crazy. It seems like in draft, you can do almost anything and get away with it. I see so many 3-color decks that just get away with it for no reason. And it's crazy because I can play a 2-color deck and still struggle to hit my 2nd color. Like, it's nuts. But I'll see people on Twitch running 3 colors who splash a 4th, and then they get all 4 colors when they need it. Like, that shit's fucking insane. Yeah, picking up like Savage Land Dinosaur this early, usually not a good call. Should definitely draft something better than that. And also, I shouldn't commit to colors this early. Titania, I really like her. 3 mana 5/5 human villain. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card or pay 2. And then her ward cost is discard a card or pay 2. Yeah, I like her a lot. But she's not, I don't think she's like super crazy highly rated. Not as high as I would think that she would be. Let's see. I don't know what this card is. Oh, it's Beast Within. Destroy target permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3 green beast. That's sick. We'll grab that. And I want to grab the Hercules. Kind of want the Grim Reaper, but the correct answer is go nuts. We'll grab the fight spell. Let's see. Hellcat is supposed to be good, but I don't like that she has double green. Red Room Recruit's really good. I hate conniving with her though. I'm going to grab the Hellkite and I'm going to grab the Knight of Wundagore. We'll grab both of these green cards. Yeah, hopefully we find some black removal spells. Nice. Find a Project Deathlock Soldier. It's not bad. It's a 1 mana 1/2, and you can return it from the graveyard for 3 mana. It's not bad. It's pretty good in villains, and actually it synergizes extremely well with Killmonger. It's actually crazy with Killmonger, because it is the perfect sacrifice target for Killmonger. The Masters of Evil. The card is not very highly rated. This says it'd be fire for our deck, but I don't think it's super great on, let me see. Let me look up 17 lands real quick. Let me see where you show up. Masters of Evil. I'm already looking at the C- cards in black. I still haven't seen it. Yeah, this is rated an F tier card. Even though it shows that it would be fire for us, it's rated F tier. That's what I thought. I'm probably just going to grab second Hellcat, and we already have 1 Savage Land Dinosaur. I'm going to grab a Roxanne Brutes here. If the Masters of Evil make it back around, we'll take it, but like, it's not a priority. Claim the Kingdom, that card's good. Hydra Troopers isn't bad either. It's not terrible. Pet Avengers is good. In these colors, I am worried about losing to flyers. So Pet Avengers being a 4 mana 4/4 with reach that you can then power up is good. Man, my throat hurts. Let's see. Punishing Punch, definitely a must. Visions of Villainy or Hydra Infiltration. I'm going to grab the Infiltration. Here we can grab a second Pet Avengers, which is pretty nice. And we can grab Whiplash. Reptile isn't... I don't think Reptile is terrible because it can gain Vigilance and Reach. Again, Reach is very important. Or it can later become a 6/6 with Trample. It's a very flexible card. I'm kind of convincing myself that I want it more than Whiplash. Whiplash has equipment synergy. We don't have any equipment in the deck, and I don't think we're going to draft any. Yeah, I think Reptile's better. But someone else may have grabbed a second copy of Wakandan Royal Guard there. Jessica Jones. Jessica Jones is actually a really good card. It's one of the better red cards. And red, I think, is the weakest color in the set. Nice. Visions of Villainy ended up coming all the way back around. Baron Helmet Zemo is a cool card, but triple black mana is kind of rough. Madam Hydra. This is something that a good player would try to splash. So I guess I can try for it. Again, gold's the time to experiment. So we'll grab Madam Hydra and Agents of Hydra. We'll see about trying to find a way to get a red source of mana in the deck. I do, again, I swear the really good brawl players, or not brawl, the really good draft players, they could just be like, oh yeah, this is fine. I'll throw in one single mountain and then I'll just draw it when I need it for the Madam Hydra. Bullseye's really good. White Tiger is good. Yeah. See, and Bullseye still fits in the deck because we can just cast it with black mana still. You don't have to splash red for him. Yeah, Madam Hydra's, she's pretty solid. She's a 4 mana 2/3. Whenever you cast a villain spell, create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. Right now we have 9 villains. That's a lot. Ooh, Lightning Strike. That's cool. Oh, and Undercover Scroll. This is one of the best cards. This is a 2 mana 1/1 that says tap, add 1 mana of any color. This is how we can splash in the Madam Hydra. That's how we can find the mana that we need for that. Second, Savage Land Dinosaur is not bad either. Doc Samson can also be the red mana that we need. But you see, the thing is, at this point in the deck, it's like, do I even need the Madam Hydra? Like, is it really necessary? Is that 1 red mana to make 2/1 villains with menace? Is it really worth it? I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I feel like we'd be fine without it. So here we're going Golgari, but it's mostly green. It almost feels like we're splashing the black. This is crazy. This says that our Gruul cards, a Gruul deck would be better. Lightning Strike is a good card, yes. Jessica Jones, I said, is one of the best red cards. Bullseye can fit in either deck. Hawkeye Young Avenger's okay. She's not amazing. And then we got Truck Toss. It thinks these 5 red cards are better than the black cards that we got. What are the black cards we got? Killmonger is already better than all of those cards. And Ninja of the Hand is good. No, that's crazy. Okay, so do I want 2 of the dinosaurs? Because we have 1 copy of Roxanne Brutes, which can also tutor the single mountain that we're going to have in the deck. We're definitely adding 1 copy of each, but I don't know if I want double Savage Land Dinosaur. Titania and Killmonger go in. Madam Hydra can go in. Bullseye's going in. Let's see. Punching Punch is a removal spell. Oh yeah, wasn't Grim Fate also a removal spell? This is Beast Within. That's 2 removal spells. Go nuts. 2 copies of those. That's 4 removal spells. Giant Growth is a combat trick, so it's like pseudo removal spell. And Gorilla is also a pseudo removal spell. It's only enchantment removal really for this. I mean, it can destroy artifacts too, and there's a decent amount of artifacts. So this is artifact or enchantment removal, not creature removal, but yeah, it could be worse. That Killmonger, Punching Punch, Grim Fate, Bullseye is again also kind of removal. When it enters, you may sack an artifact or discard a non-land card. When you do, this deals 2 damage to any target. There's a lot of things that die to 2 damage in this format. You can pay 3 taps, sack an artifact, or discard a card. Discard a non-land card, deal 2 damage to any target. So you know what? I think we're pretty good as far as removal is concerned. Okay, let's see. At this point, I think at least 2 copies of Pet Avengers is going to go in. Scroll definitely has to go in. White Tiger, yes. Agents of Hydra and Deathlock Soldier. These 2 are the best sacrifice targets for Killmonger. Agents of Hydra replaces itself with a bigger, better creature, and Deathlock Soldier can recur itself. So those are just better. Those are just good, good sacrifice targets. From here, we have 5 more slots in the deck. I want the Ninja of the Hand. Doc Samson's pretty good. Kind of want Claim the Kingdom in the deck too. Could just go these 3 green cards. We could go Knight of Wundagore, Hellcat, and Claim the Kingdom. Did I just add in 2 copies of Hellcat? We drafted 2. I don't, do I want both copies or do I want a Knight of Wundagore? Do we have a way to get a +1/+1 counter? After turn 2, Ninja of the Hand has it. Pet Avengers, they can get counters. Go nuts. I think 1 copy of Hellcat is fine. It's a lot of 2-drops already. Maybe I just go a Wakandan Royal Guard. We do mostly have villains though. I don't have a ton of heroes to put the counters on, which would be ideal. We'll add it. We'll add it. That'll be fine. Then let's take a look at our ratios. 74% of the deck is green, 35% is black, and 9% is red. We have 2 cards that have red, but one of those is Bullseye. So yeah, I think we go down to the 1 mountain. 10 forests, 1 mountain, 6 swamps. 6 swamps enough? That's probably enough. Okay, let's give this a shot. I should have checked our villain count again at the end too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not including Madam Hydra, 7, 8. That's still not a bad amount. We're going first. We got Madam Hydra in our opening hand. Got Go Nuts, White Tiger, and Pet Avengers for all of our mono green stuff. It's not, I mean, it's not a terrible start. It's a little bit slower, I think. Going turn 2, White Tiger. It's just a vanilla 2/2 on 2. We have no turn 3 play lined up, and then Pet Avengers on 4 is just 4 mana, 4/4 with reach. So if our opponent has, you know, the right removal spells, they can shut us down pretty quickly. If they have removal here for White Tiger on curve, which they don't, and if they had removal for her and then Pet Avengers, then I think we'd be out of the game. White Tiger did survive a turn. If they play a creature here, we can cast Go Nuts, have White Tiger fight it. They do nothing. Damn. You got a lot of dual lands. That's crazy. Well, we're just going to play Pet Avengers here. They're going to land cycle away the AIM Scientists. We'll swing in for 2, set our opponent to 18. Our opponent's running a lot of different colors of land. Very suspicious. White Tiger Ava Ayala has the ability power up for 6. You put a +1/+1 counter on White Tiger, and then you create the Tiger God, which is a 4/4 cat god that says it can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Our opponent plays Mockingbird, Ace Agent, 4 mana 2/2 double strike. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Mockingbird. We could play the Wakandan Royal Guard here, We can make White Tiger into a 4/4. That doesn't help us. We can make Pet Avengers into a 6/6 and then swing at our opponent's face. They probably eat the 6. But is that better than playing Go Nuts? I think so. Make Pet Avengers in 6/6, go to combat, swing the 6. They probably take it and go down to 12. It's a lot of damage to take. Now let's see how crazy they can pop off with Mockingbird. They have 2 fight spells here. Could be a lot of damage. Also, we have 2 cards in our hand that we cannot cast. We can cast neither the Bullseye nor the Madam Hydra. Because 6 swamps is apparently not enough in the deck. See that? I'm really only asking for 2 colors. And we can't even get that. We do draw into the Savage Land Dinosaur. We can land cycle this away. We can go grab a swamp. And now when we play Bullseye, when it enters, you may sack an artifact or discard a non-land card. When it enters, we will discard the Madam Hydra and target the Mockingbird to deal 2 damage to it. Our opponent probably has a protection spell here. I was going to say, but we're going to force them to have it here and now. Now, the card they cast was I Am Iron Man. It made their creature into a 4/4, a base 4/4. And so it got a +1/+1 counter. It's now 5/5. We can cast Go Nuts with Teamwork 3. We can have target creature of our choice fight his thing. Yeah, we'll cast with Teamwork. We're gonna have Bullseye fight his Mockingbird. We'll put the +1/+1 counter on Bullseye and then have it fight Mockingbird. We have to tap creatures with total power 3 or greater to pay for the Teamwork cost. We'll tap down the Wakandan Royal Guard. Our creatures fight. Luckily, he did not have another instant speed spell. We connect for 8 damage, set our opponent down to 4. And next turn, we have enough mana to activate White Tiger. We have enough mana to power her up. Our opponent plays the Vision. There's a lot of options we have here. I don't think there's any green instant speed spell that we'd have to worry about. We're just going to activate White Tiger. We could play the Killmonger here. We could sack one of our creatures. But it shouldn't matter. What green instant is there? Giant Growth? Giant Growth doesn't keep you alive, though. Maybe cast a non-creature spell. You can give Vision. Oh, Punishing Punch. Well, that's really punishing. That's the only card that could fuck us up here. And they got it. So our opponent down to 1. We could have cast Killmonger to kill the Vision. Would that have changed the outcome, actually? If we cast Killmonger, we sack off one of our creatures. We would sack off, let's say, White. No, we wouldn't want to sack off our White Tiger. We would have sacked one of our creatures, tried to kill his Vision with Killmonger. In response, he would have used Punishing Punch, killed one of our creatures. We'd be down to 1 creature left on the board, probably just the Killmonger. As much as that Punishing Punch sucked, I think this was actually the better play still. Getting the 4/4 token was the right move. Oop. Here I can play Killmonger. And I will sack White Tiger. To try and kill the Vision. They could have the white instant take up the shield. Nope, they cast Depower. So Pet Avengers can only deal 2 damage. The Vision gained... Wait, why did you just gain Indestructible? Oh, yeah, because that's what your ability does. That makes sense. Vision says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. It gains double strike or indestructible time to turn, and you draw a card. Our opponent has 6 cards in hand. We may lose this game with our opponent down at 2 life, and that would be really poopy. Because our bullseye is already gone. So we don't have a good way to deal 2 damage directly. Hellcat has haste. He may not see that coming. 2-mana 2/2 haste. When it dies, return her to the battlefield under her owner's control with a +1/+1 ability, or with a +1/+1 counter on her. She loses all abilities and gains haste. Plays Taskmaster here. Draw a land. We can activate Pet Avengers, make it a 7/7, and we create a 3/2. Go to combat. He's got 1 mana up. He has to double block both creatures. He loses his creatures. Luckily, he didn't have like a Helicarrier strike to kill the Killmonger. That would have been a bummer. Plays out Kingpin's Enforcers. And a Mr. Hyde. We'll go to combat. We drew a land, so all we can do is swing. He's got to block the 2 big guys. He goes down to -1, but then he gains 2 life from the Enforcers. My God. This dude's really hanging on. This is my problem with draft, dude. It's too hard to close out games. This has been like a fucking 20-minute match. It's not been that interesting for the second half. It's just us top decking. And also, I don't feel any satisfaction from winning with the decks that I draft because, like, oh, he's flashing in the Red Guardian right now. Opponent says, good game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's very satisfying to win with draft decks. Winning with our Kid Loki deck and Constructed, that felt cool because I had an idea for a deck and I made it work. And, you know, we build budget decks. So I made it work and I made it work on a budget. I didn't, you know, I can't just play like blue good stuff, mono blue good stuff, and then also slap in the Kid Loki. We have to like really think about the synergy in our deck. And synergy is something that you can't consistently build around in draft. Like, not really. Like there's kind of the Rakdos Villains deck in here. I don't know. It just is not that satisfying to me. Which is a shame. And honestly, it sounds backwards. Being a budget player, I should love draft. Draft should be my favorite format by a mile. It's great for building up your what's the word? Why can't I think of the word? Your collection. Great for building your collection. And if you're a really good drafter, you can go infinite, right? You can win back all the gems that you invest. And then, yeah, then you really build up your collection fast. But, and then everyone is like, you know, on a way more even playing field. I should really enjoy draft. I just do not. Here we're going to go nuts. I could cast this with Teamwork, make our creature a 4/4. I guess it's probably worth it. Ooh, ooh. Cast with Teamwork, select both. We're gonna put a +1/+1 counter on our Gorilla, and we're gonna have it fight Stature. And we're gonna tap our Gorilla to pay for the Teamwork. And we'll end the turn. Well, the Biochemist can draw cards later, and this Futurist Forge can also draw cards later. But we don't have another creature. Fuck. And it's fine. Especially, oh no, we lose the ability. Yeah, we didn't have another creature to play, so kind of went all in on our gorilla. We can destroy a target permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3 green beast. Oh my god, wait a minute. This is interesting. We could destroy we can destroy the frozen in ice. If we target this, we get our 4/4 gorilla back. But then our opponent gets a 3/3 beast. However, we could also just kill our gorilla. We get a 3/3 beast. We play our land. We make it a 4/4. I think that's better than giving your opponent a creature. Even if the creature you're getting back is slightly bigger. Oh my. He swings the bold biochemist. I'll say no blocks. He could have a giant growth. Okay, we're going to play our land. Our beast will become a 5/5. We're going to play Doc Samson, Super Psychiatrist. It's a 5-mana 3/6 Gamma Doctor hero. If you would put one or more counters on a permanent you control, put that many +1 of those counters on that permanent instead. You can also tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is Doc Samson's power. This can allow us to play Madam Hydra next turn. Opponent casts D-Power in response to our attack. We connect for 1. They draw a card. That's perfectly fine. But yeah, we can play Madam Hydra next turn, and then the turn after that, we can play Roxen Brutes, which is a villain, which will create, which will trigger Madam Hydra, and we create a villain token. So yeah, play Madam Hydra. We tap the Doc Samson for triple red. From here, we're going to be able to put a +1/+1 counter on something. I think I'm going to put it on the Madam Hydra. I think I'm going to make her a 3/4. And now we get to put an indestructible counter on something. I'll put it on our 5/5. We'll go to combat. Swing our indestructible 5/5 beast token. Opponent takes 5. They go down to 15. And we end the turn. They have the title Draft Contender. I don't know what it takes to get that achievement, but let's take a look. MTG Arena, Draft Contender title. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If I had put the indestructible counter on Doc Samson, he would have used Trickster Stratagem on it. This is going to put our beast token into our library, so we lose it. Draft Contender is a permanent exclusive profile title in MTG Arena awarded to players who achieve exactly 7 wins in a single contender draft. Is it 7 wins or going 7-0? Because I'm pretty sure there's one for 7-0. Let's see here. Actually, can we cast both of these? We have 6 mana, 9, 5, 5. Are we 1 short? I can cast Ninja of the Hand here. Triggers Madam Hydra, we get a token. I also want to activate Ninja of the Hand, though. I guess we just play out the Roxen Brutes, and then next turn we activate Ninja of the Hand to make our opponent discard 1. We still swing in with a 4/5 Madam Hydra here. Opponent takes 4, they go down to 11. It's not bad. I don't remember what the other title was that we saw. It was something else draft related. This is Draft Contender. What was the other one? I can find it. I'll just Google MTG Arena draft titles. Dauntless Drafter. That was the other one. To unlock the Dauntless Drafter title, you must complete the Limitless Limited 3 achievement by entering and completing 100 limited events. Oh. Okay. Well, that one's not skill-based. That was just playing a lot. Killmonger, we can play this. We can sack something. Yeah. We'll play Killmonger here. It triggers Madam Hydra. We make a token. On ETB, we will sack this new token. That will allow Killmonger to kill something. We will destroy the Serpent Specialist because it has Death Touch. That's gone. Question is, do I want to make our opponent discard a card? Or do I want to just swing in for more damage? He blocks Madam Hydra. This is 4, 8, 9, 10. This, in theory, is lethal. In theory. Cast I Am Iron Man, turning his Futurist Forge into a 4/4. 3 of our creatures have Menace, so we'd have to double block them. And 1 of our creatures has Death Touch. His best double block would either be against Madam Hydra or Doc Samson. Or he just blocks both of them. Loses both of his creatures. I guess the 4/4 Forge doesn't die to Doc Samson. That'd probably be better. He should use Forge to block Doc Samson. Is he listening? Use your Forge to block Doc Samson. You don't need a double block. Does he have a pump spell? If you have a pump spell, you really don't need a double block. There's a Punishing Punch. Okay. Damn, that's the second time that card's done work against us. Whatever. We connected for a bunch. We set our opponent down to 1. And our opponent scoops. They could have ended the turn with more life, but in exchange for losing their bold biochemist. I don't think it mattered. We were looking good in that game. Hi, Cookie. I'm not talking to you, though. You guys want to see Cookie? This is one of my dogs. This is my dog. The other dogs, one is my mom's dog. The other is my sister's dog. This one's my dog. This is Cookie. What's up, ugly? She's been laying out. She's been laying on the floor outside my door. Hi, your nose is cold. It's because it's nice and cold in the house right now. All right, we're going first. We don't have both colors of mana for our deck, and we have a Hellcat, which requires double green. So we're going to mulligan. Here we will keep 6. I will throw back a dinosaur. And turn 1, we'll play Project Deathlock Soldier. Turn 2, we're going to play White Tiger. I'll swing in for 1, and we might be getting punished for throwing back the dinosaur. Let's see if we hit land number 3, or if we're just fucked for this game. Hey, we hit land number 3. It's a good start. Still need 1 more, but that's a good start. 44% chance to hit the land we need off the top. Your nose is really cold. We do not hit the 4th land. We missed the 44% chance. Feels bad. Let's give ourselves a 3/3. We're going to destroy our own Project Deathlock Soldier. We'll make a 3/3 beast. And do I swing the White Tiger? I'll say no. I think we're going to lose this game. Missing land drops already. This is a bad sign. While our opponent ramps. Yeah, definitely not good. Opponent plays U.S. Agent John Walker. It is a 2/1 that enters with a 1/2 shield. Still can't hit land number 4. We can return the Project Deathlock Soldier back to our hand, but that is about it. Ew, Cookie's got eye crusty on her eye. Oh. I got it for her. Our opponent's gonna swing in 7. Probably have a combat trick. I'll just take the 7. It's fine. God, I really did not want to have to play more draft. Draft is so boring to me. It's just so uninteresting. And now I'm gonna have to play like several hundred more games. And I have to play more fucking constructed too, which is gonna suck ass. What do I do here? I'm gonna play Killmonger. I will sack the White Tiger. I will destroy the Abomination. Swing in for 3, I guess. Like, I just don't care about these cards or this deck or getting mana screwed. I can't tell you how often I flood out in draft. It is insane. For a long time, I was running only 16 lands because I could not stop flooding out. And you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to run less than 17. But I swear the flood was constant. It was fucking insane. Yeah, whatever. I don't even care. I'm just gonna concede. Draft is just so uninteresting to me. And like I said, I already played like 500 games of draft. Like I do not give a fuck about this draft. You want to see how many games I played? Let's see. Let's go to limited. Current set. Yes, this won't even include Strixhaven, which is when I started. I started with Strixhaven, and then the set changed. Then Marvel came out, which also did not help with me trying to hit Mythic. But look at this. 174 plus 181 is almost 400 games of just a draft. It's 355. Yeah, I am so tired of seeing these Marvel cards. I didn't even think that I was going to want to build a budget decks with this set anymore. Because I'm so fucking tired of seeing these cards. And man, maybe I don't even go for the Mythic Champion. The only reason I went for it now was because I had already decided to hit Mythic in Constructed. And if I was already going to hit Mythic in Constructed, then that means I was halfway there to the Mythic Champion title. I already got Mythic in Constructed. I only needed Mythic in Limited. And so that's really why I pushed so hard to try and get it. So that way, you know, I wouldn't have to replay Constructed Ranked again in the future. But I did not quite make the deadline. I fucked up. I decided to go hang out with one of my friends at his house maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. And I was there for a lot longer than I planned to be. And it was a fine enough time. It was good. And I still played more limited after I got home. But I lost like a lot of hours there. I was at his house for like 5 or 6 hours. An additional 5 or 6 hours, if I was in Diamond 2 at my peak for limited, another 5 or 6 hours could have been Mythic. That could have been it. But by deciding to spend those 5 or 6 hours hanging out with my friend, I may have just added on like 400 more matches that I need to play across Constructed and Limited. And that's like a lot of hours that I just added. But then again, there's still no guarantee that I would have hit Mythic. I might have decided to only hang out at his place for like an hour. And then come back home. Grind it out for another 5 or 6 additional hours, and then still not hit Mythic anyway. So, you know, it's hard to say. Who knows? And now I'm supposed to go visit my sister in a couple days. And I think I'm going to be gone for like a week, which means I plan to leave on the 6th. It's in 5 days. There's no, God, I'm right. My rank got reset to platinum for constructed and reset to gold for limited. I don't know if 4 days, 5 days is enough time to get Mythic Champion. And I do not want to split it up around my trip. I really just want this to be done and over with. Really, the goal was going to be hit Mythic Champion before the month was over, before the season got reset. Spend the next 4 or 5 days trying to throw together a video about the climb to Mythic Champion and my climb through Mythic with another budget deck. And then I could just like post that before I leave, because I'm not going to have access to my PC while I'm gone. So the goal was, was to get that done, try to make a video in the next 4 or 5 days, post it, and then chill. Probably be gone for like a week. Man, I really wish I was better at limited. That would have made my life so much easier. Now I hate life again. And now I have to spend a second month playing ranked, which is fucking garbage. I hate ranked so much. It's so ass. It's as boring as playing limited is right now. But I would say it's worse. It's worse. It's less interesting, actually. No. I think playing ranked limited is even more boring than just spamming the same deck in constructed. I would rather go spam my Simic Merfolk deck in historic ranked than play more limited. 100,000%. But both, don't get me wrong, both are still garbage. Both still suck. Here we'll swing in for 5 damage to our opponent down to 5. They can buff their aerial Doombot next turn. They played Robot Domination. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you draw a card, lose 1 life, put a playing counter on this. When the third one is put on here, create 3 2/2s. Just end the turn. He either spends all of his mana or a lot of his mana to make aerial Doombot into a 4/4, which he does. Yeah, or nothing. That's it. That's all he did. We'll swing in for 2 with our Menace. We set our opponent down to 3. Look at this. Look how close we are to winning this game. And we're just not going to be able to close it out. This Brutes is a nice top deck. Another creature with Menace. If he has a counter spell, he'd have to tap down his aerial Doombot to fully counter it. Which means we get our Brutes, or he dies. And if we get our Brutes, chances are he dies. So we'll see. There's been so many games where I have got an opponent down to like 3 or less life, and I just cannot connect for that last point of damage. And then they're able to come all the way back, because I go like 5 turns of just drawing garbage after that. And then that gives them enough time to draw good cards. And then they come back and they beat me. That happens a lot less in constructed. I don't know. I think I like the certainty. Yeah, the certainty about constructed just a lot more. Like, I know what my deck that I built can do and what it's designed to do. A lot of the time, I know what my opponent's deck is doing as well. So like your matchups, you can just like, I don't know. it's easier for me to concede a match in constructed because I know, even just general archetypes wise, whether I can win the game or not. You know? We're going to play Bullseye here. We're going to discard a card. We'll discard Giant Growth. We're going to kill Human Torch. Right? Like, let's say I'm playing my Merfolk deck and I go up against Goblins. Let's say I decided to keep a slow hand with my Merfolk deck because I didn't know what my opponent was playing yet. Kept a slow hand. I'm going second. My opponent's playing mono red goblins. They're going first. Their curve is cracked. They have like 7 goblins by turn 3. I know that my deck cannot clear his board. I know that my Simic Merfolk deck cannot clear his board. I can concede, move on, go to the next match. I can't really do that in draft, especially not in ranked. Because, like, I don't know, man. At any point, your opponent could just start top decking a bunch of lands. Look at that. This dude, you see, he got super screwed on lands. He only had 3. We were up to 6, and we didn't ramp. But I can't just concede matches in sealed. It doesn't matter. I can be really, really far behind, but there's a like 2% chance that I can bring it back. And so I have to keep playing for that 2% chance. And my opponents, they also don't concede. Even if there's only a 2% chance of them winning, they're going to make me play out the next 20 turns just so that they can potentially win that 2% chance. In ranked, historic, and constructed, that doesn't happen. Again, if we take my Merfolk and Goblins example and flip it, if my opponent is playing a slow Merfolk hand against my mono red Goblins that have just exploded onto the board, he's not going to try to stall out the game for 10 more turns to maybe get that 2% chance. He'd be like, damn, he got me. He's already ahead of me. Concede, move on. Like, it's crazy how long these sealed games take. It's literally twice as long on average. I think it was more than twice as long on average for all the games that I've been playing. In fact, while I'm ranting about it, let's take a look at the math. If I go to current and previous set, we go constructed, all the games that I've played. And so this is going to include the like day or two that I played Strixhaven. 299 plus 304. 603 games. 41 times 60 plus 14 is 2,474 minutes played. And we divide that by the 603. Honestly, oh wait, this is constructed. Wait, I didn't want regular constructed. Well, I mean, this is what I normally play, right? Casual, historic. On average, the games take about 4 minutes. 4.1 minutes. So another 10%, another 6 seconds. Anyway, 4-minute matches on average. If I go to ranked, it's probably pretty similar. Let's go 24 times 60 plus 43. It's 1483 divided by 407. 3.6. Each game is only taking like 3.5 minutes. On average, 3.5 minutes for constructed ranked. Now let's go to limited. And I've only played ranked. Limited, 230 plus 228. It's 458. 51 times 60 plus 28 equals 3,088 minutes. That's how much ranked I've played in the past like 8 days. 3,000 minutes. And we get that and we divide it by 458. 6.7. On average, these games take over 6.5 minutes. And before it was like what, 3.5 minutes? Every game on average literally takes twice as long. I could play 2 games in constructed for every 1 game of limited I play. That sucks. I hate it. Do you know how many 20+ minute games I've played? So many. There's so many games that go above 20 minutes, and that's insane. That does not happen in constructed. A long game in constructed is like 6 minutes. A 20-minute match, that happens once in a blue moon. And trust me, it sucks when I play those games too. But again, like, I know matchups. If I'm playing against someone who's playing Azorius Control, and on turn 6, they wiped my board, and I'm playing a creature heavy deck, I know whether or not I can build back my board. There's maybe a small chance that I can rebuild my board, and then in 10 turns, maybe I can win. But there's no point in trying to find out for that maybe. Rather than spending 10 minutes where I can maybe win a game, I can just concede, move on to the next game. Where I have, again, a reset chance at winning the match. You know, my deck's been winning like 60% of the time. Going to the next match, I have a 60% chance winning. I have a 60% chance of winning that next game. Rather than grinding out the 2% chance in against the control deck. Like, it's dumb. But every match is like that control deck versus control deck matchup in limited, because like there isn't a fast or good or consistent way to close out games. Most of these games end up coming to like top decking. It becomes a top decking competition, and it's super ass. It's super boring. And there are so many boards of like 10 creatures just staring at each other. You can't swing at your opponent can't swing at you. You're both just sitting there for so many turns, just looking at each other's board. It's dumb. Limited is ass, and I hate playing it. So this is going to be the one and only time, I think, that I plan to stream it, at least for ranked. I like to pick 2. I did. I've had more than enough Marvel, so I'm definitely not going to play any more of it this set. But maybe whenever the next set gets released, maybe I'll try a little bit of pick 2. Who knows? It's so ass though. It's such a boring format. I don't know, man. I don't care about winning. So I don't like ranked to begin with. Like, I don't need to grind to mythic every month just to prove that I'm a good player. This was going to be my third time. This was my third time hitting mythic with a budget deck. That already proves I'm better than most people. But I like deck building. You know how many cool and unique and different cards I get to play with as a budget player in casual historic? Like, when's the last time you saw someone use the card Ray Fillet? When have you ever seen a Voracious Tome Skimmer? You haven't. You haven't seen these cards. Harrier Strix, how often do you see this get played? This common from OTJ. Like, you don't see a lot of these cards. Commit to Memory. This is from Amonkhet. Or Hours of Devastation. One of the two. The set symbol is Amonkhet remastered for Arena. But like, when's the last time you saw someone play this card? Like, come on. We get to play with interesting and unique stuff. Limited has the same problem that high level ranked does. You see the same garbage over and over and over and over again, especially limited. Again, right? You're only playing with one set. There's only one set of cards that you're going to see. It's the same set over and over. And then when you play high level ranked for constructed, you see the same like 10 or 15 decks on repeat. And you, if you want to climb, are going to be playing the one and single same deck over and over again too. Because it's better to get really good at mastering one deck to climb ranked than it is to play a handful of decks. So there's just no variety. And I don't know. It's just not that interesting to me to win. I don't know. Winning isn't the fun part of Magic for me. I mean, trust me, it definitely feels good when you win. We just went 10-1 with our deck, right? I'm not going to say that felt bad. It felt good. It was fun. But it felt fun because we made our deck work. We made our synergies come together and beat everyone else's decks who don't have such, limitations put on themselves for their deck building. It feels good. It feels good to beat a deck that's like 40 rares when we're using a 4 rare deck. That's satisfying to me. That's fun. All right. Anyway, I've been ranting about this for too long. Yeah, it's 5:30. I'm going to go get something to eat. And I'm going to start working on the video with Kid Loki. Hopefully we got enough matches for like decent content. Maybe like 4 or 5 games that were like fun to watch and would be enjoyable to watch. A lot of them were blowouts or just free wins. They're just really free wins. All right. Anyway,